Okay, let's see if anyone's even in here. Let's see. Oh, looks like no one's here yet. Probably everybody's in bed. It's kind of an early stream, really. It's early in the week. It's only Wednesday, I think, or something like that. So, all right, my members. Boy. Boy. There we go. All right, so thank you to the channel members. No running in my lobby. Fluffy Chuff Nuffles, Elias IDK, Annette Fisher, Steve Hughes, The Epic. Click the join button. Sign up today. Become a decent human today. So, that stuff being said, I'm going to do a little fancy pants transition-y thingy pretty soon here. And then there we go. There we go. What's up, everybody? What is up? There's not very many people in here, I know. I have a good feeling about that. I only see one like so far for the stream, so I'm guessing there's only one person here. So that's what it seems like will be. All right, let me minimize that. Actually, I'll just click out of it. All right, so this one is going to be long as hell. Plus, it's a drunk stream. I'm not going to have my son until Sunday. So I figured I'd do a stream tonight because from Thursday till Saturday I'm going to be working. So that's going to be fun. So yeah. All right, let me see if anyone's in the chat. All right, no running in my lobby. I am here. I see you, no running in my lobby. One of my decent humans. Thank you for joining me. If we can, could you do the Mike Burnfire videos I posted in the server today? We will try. We will try to do that. But the first one that we're doing right now is stupid long. I mean, stupendously long. It's like an hour-long video, so you know it's going to take me at least 2 hours to talk about it. So, yeah. Any issue. So, yeah, everybody, make sure that when you get in here, you like the live stream so I know how many people are participating. And so, yeah, that being said, let's get into it. All right, so, oh, my back. So this is a request from Brandon Peters, as most of them usually are. Bill Nye shreds Ben Shapiro effortlessly. From Shark 300. Shark 300? I don't know. I never heard of this guy before. So yeah, let's jump in. Now remember, if you're just getting into the live stream, like the live stream so I know how many people are present, all right? Because YouTube likes to lie about numbers. YouTube loves to lie about numbers. So make sure you like the live stream so I know how many people are here. All right, let's jump into the spiciness, shall we?
Anyways, heck you don't say heck YouTube. Leave YouTube alone. Anyways, yes, hello. Hi YouTube. We're happy to have you. Welcome to another video up on the channel.
I'd love to know how people I'd love to figure out how people like they combine like their YouTube and their Twitch. I'd like to know how some people do that. I need to figure that out.
Today, I want to talk about something incredibly interesting. So, listen, Bill Nye, many people also know him as the science guy, has been spending a lot of time after his show was finished going around being a science explainer, as he is. But that has led to one massive issue, which is the fact that he engages in factual research, science, and reality, and the study of reality, which is science, makes him butt heads with conservatives a lot, because as we all know, reality has a left wing bias.
That's false. That's completely false. Reality doesn't have a bias. Reality can't have a bias. It's the people who look at reality, how they perceive reality, that have a bias. It's perception. Perception is reality, my dude, not reality itself. Like, okay, immediately right off the bat, wrong, completely wrong. Secondly, you know, it's not all conservatives that are against science. It's not all. In fact, a good amount of science was done by people that were on the right. A good amount of them. So yeah, he's wrong on both counts. It's not every single conservative. It's a certain portion of conservatives who push back against science, and usually they are the religious fundamentalists, the religious extremists, and just the really dumb ones, which we all know who they are. But yeah, and then there's a lot of people on the left who do the same thing. There's a lot of people on the left who do the exact same thing. So, like Antifa, BLM, the people that we see representing those groups, well, Antifa actually is completely and totally terrible all the way around. Pretty much everybody involved with Antifa is a bad person. But yeah, on the left, those people exist as well. So yeah, and it's not a both sidesism. It's not. It's just accepting the reality that there are bad people everywhere, right? Or there's just really dumb people everywhere. I would know. This is coming from a dumbass. I know my people. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's see what else he has to say.
And because of that, a lot of conservatives have not been very fond of Bill Nye ever since he stepped out of his show and everything, and they miss the old days. And they've been sparring with him back and forth for a couple of years now. And, on that front, just to talk about that a little bit, we all remember Bill Nye's debate with Tucker Carlson, in which Bill Nye basically said that global warming is real and we need to take it seriously, and the science has settled on that. Tucker Carlson was very upset by that, saying that, well, how do we know that like climate change is real and we're causing it?
Okay, give me a sec. I'm going to speed this up a bit. Okay.
Can you tell me exactly how many one billionth of a degree that we're causing climate change, and which one is us and which one is the climate, really? And that was the entirety of the conversation. And he got really mad by saying that the debate is still going on and Bill Nye is being very rude by pretending that it's not.
So, from everything you look at when it comes to like climate change or, what is it, pollution and all these other things, environmental impact, ecological studies, when you take them all together and you put them, putting them all that way, here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. At the very core of it all is what we do with the ice caps, right? Where they go to the center of like freaking Antarctica and Antarctica, the North and South Pole. People go there, researchers, they go there, they take super deep core samples. Guess what they find? They find that the climate fluctuates just like it's going through now, well before humanity even appeared. Well before that. So before humanity even existed, climate change, the climate would have these drastic shifts. And then over time it would stabilize and have a kind of normal cycle going on. And then it would drastically shift. And then it would have a somewhat stable cycle going on. And then another drastic shift. And look, okay, are we having an impact? Yes. Is it a big one? To a degree. But are we doing anything more than what nature has already done? Not necessarily. But for the most part, as far as my understanding of it goes, for the most part, what we've done is we sped up the climate process that the Earth has gone through since it's been in existence. So, yeah. And people can debate that all day long. They really can. But look, I mean, if you go deep into it, you go down the rabbit hole, okay, of the climate, okay, the records of climate, the different periods of, the different periods of time where the climate has done major shifts, if you look at it all together up to the present day, there's not been very big of a change at all. We've just made it happen quicker. That's about it. Or at least that's my understanding of it. Look up, let me think of an easy way for people to learn about this. Look up Joe Rogan's interview with interviews with Randall Carlson, Dr. Robert Schoch, and who was the other guy? There's Randall Carlson, Dr. Robert Schoch, and there's another one that's from the Joe Rogan Experience. He had 3 different people who study this for a living, basically give him the rundown of everything with the data and everything there. So yeah, you want an easy way to learn about it and not have to look it up yourself. Go to the Joe Rogan Experience, search for Dr. Randall Carlson and Dr. Robert Schoch, and there you go.
To expand, and people you're changing place, but you're not answering my question. You're describing what will happen.
That's a bit too fast. I think he sped it up too. Let me see.
And he got really mad by saying that the debate is still going on and Bill Nye is being very rude by pretending that it's not.
The ocean's going to expand, and people you're changing place, but you're not answering my question. You're describing what will happen at this change. And I'm asking you a simple question. Hold on. I'm asking you a simple question about the rate of climate.
And then they did this really weird thing where they zoomed in on his face. They were like, guys, we're gonna have to shut this down. He's getting completely blown out in this debate. We may have to turn this off.
So the rate said that it would be happening, but that rate has accelerated because of human activity. And I'm asking, the word accelerated is an understatement. It's happening extraordinarily. I'm asking you a simple question.
So yeah, that's basically how that entire thing went on. But they've not liked him for other reasons as well.
Okay, so it sounds like he's just talking about how they're both just going at each other. That's what it sounds like. Which this happens all the time. It's no big surprise. It's not some big giant deal, really. But from what it sounds like, from what it sounds like, Bill Nye is saying, whatever he knows, okay, like whatever he is basing what he says off of, he's saying that we have accelerated a natural process of the planet. That's what Bill Nye is saying. And then Tucker Carlson, however, is asking for a direct answer, but he's not getting one. So, of course, they start going at it. So, yeah, it's just another Fox News interview / debate, I guess. So, yeah, let's keep going.
This was written specifically by Ben Shapiro a couple years ago. Bill Nye used to know that chromosomes determined gender. And they like to use this old clip from Bill Nye where he said that chromosomes are real. And basically they extrapolated that to say, to mean that he thinks that chromosomes equals gender, which is very untrue, and he's talked about that before. So they just like to lie about him for several reasons. And they also
Okay, so chromosomes does not equal gender identity, right? It does not equal gender identity. Chromosomes equal your biological sex. Okay? Someone can have whatever gender identity they feel like, but you cannot change your biological sex. You just can't. And then there's people who are outside of that majority, right? Who are born like intersex, or they're born with some kind of abnormalities, or they're born with imbalances of some kind, right? Those are all people who are in the extreme minority who, yeah, it's pretty important for them to get consistent medical care. But yeah, chromosomes don't determine gender. Gender is a linguistic term, right? I can say that I identify with the gender of a woman, but I'm a man, right? But I can identify as such, right? Or something like that. But I cannot change my actual sex. My biological sex will remain the same no matter what I do. So, yeah.
Believe he thinks population control is real and we need to, I don't know, like jettison people into space, something along those lines to save the planet. It's very odd. But at this moment in time, the other reality in this world is that conservatives are very angry about the topic of terminating pregnancies, okay? And we saw like some really hilarious cringe that happened the other day where the Republicans purposefully put up a ballot measure that would have said that Kansas has no constitutional right to terminate pregnancies, and that completely failed by a margin of 60-40, which is really, really funny. Ben Shapiro has been on the anti-terminating pregnancy bandwagon for a long time here, even especially in this little segment that we never got to talk about because this happened before I even started streaming. But when he originally lost sponsorships for, I guess I'll just let him explain.
The argument, I guess, here is that would you kill baby Hitler? And the truth is that no pro-life person on earth would kill baby Hitler.
What? Sir, what? Goofy Dracula looking. Yeah, pause. Incredible, incredible pause. I know, right? I would avoid it. I would terminate Hitler. I terminate baby Hitler. Hey, listen. But forced birth people, they wouldn't.
Right, because baby Hitler wasn't Hitler. Adult Hitler was Hitler. Baby Hitler was a baby. Right, what you presumably want to do with baby Hitler was take baby Hitler out of baby Hitler's house and move baby Hitler into a better house where he would not grow up to be Hitler, right? That's the idea.
Woo! Yeah. So anyways, because of this little stunt, a bunch of ads pulled out of the Daily Wire. So this was if I remember correctly, the original thing that made a bunch of advertisers want to pull out of the Daily Wire because Ben Shapiro decided to go insano mode for literally no reason. Nobody was asking him this question if he would allow Hitler to live. But he decided that he was just going to say it anyways to prove how based and red pill he is, I guess. Something along those lines. Wow, he's so cool. Smartest conservative. So true, Merrick. Welcome to the piss tank. Stop telling people when they join in to the site chat that they're joining the piss tank. It's not the piss tank. It's the shark pool.
Anyway, to address that real fast, All right. Okay, so when it comes to like NZ Germany, right? And the thing where the termination of pregnancy debate goes to like, would you terminate baby Hitler? A lot of people would not. A lot of people would not, myself included, because here's the thing. There's too many ways it could have gone, right? So I've seen a lot of people look into like, they looked into like the beginnings of like the Nationalist Socialist Party of Germany in the before World War II, and the Nationalist Socialist Party had some pretty extreme members. And in fact, there was actually a faction within the Nationalist Socialist Party that was even more extreme than Hitler was. Way more extreme. You're talking about the type of people who basically wanted to do like everything Hitler wanted to do and ended up doing, but to the nth degree, right? To the nth degree. Like you're talking about some incredibly insane people, right? So Hitler had them all killed. So yeah. So even if Hitler was gone, the movement of the Nationalist Socialist Party of Germany back then, even if Hitler was gone, it would have been somebody else. That's a guarantee. That's an absolute guarantee. It would have been somebody else because there was a faction within that party that had way more extreme people. Like people think that the Nationalist Socialist Party that took over Germany and started World War II was bad. There were people before them that were worse. Way worse. So yeah. And then when it comes to like the topic about, terminating baby Hitler, quite a few people have gone in depth about the possibilities of alternate histories when it comes to this. Like, if some relatives had taken him in old Adolf, and he had been raised a different way, or people who had said, what if like he lost his mom and dad, and then he was taken in by some other cousin or whatever, or an aunt or an uncle or something. They went down so many different routes with it, and in the end, they concluded he would have been a completely different person. He was not predestined to be such an individual. Nobody's predestined for bad. Nobody is, right? It's nature and nurture. You can't exclusively take away one or the other and rely solely on one, right? There's always some kind of balance put into it. It has to be. So yeah, and that's a valid question. Would Adolf Hitler have been Adolf Hitler if he had not had the life that he did? That is a valid question to ask and to explore, right? So yeah, all of that out of the way.
Baby Hitler. Just saying that this is what would like changing houses is going to be what makes Hitler not a crazy boy is kind of ridiculous. I'm not sure if Ben Shapiro even knows or cares about this, but he's always had very curious points. But this brings us to today, where it seems like Ben has completely run out of things to talk about, because here, and as you can see, this video was so wacky that they decided to put a little warning here to tell people the truth about the matter after.
Okay, when it comes to the little warning things like these dumb freaking things, you could just barely talk about your experience with COVID, right? With the Rona, and they would put this under your video. You could not be making any guesses. You could not be speculating or nothing. Just telling your personal experience with Rona, and they would put this shit under the video. Also, it was used as a censoring tool. It was. Where there would be medical professionals, scientists, people who worked in WHO, people who worked in the U.S. FDA, people who worked in all of these authoritative places, who were censored for talking about the Rona. But the people who went along with the narrative that was pushed by everybody else, they didn't have this happen to them. Kind of curious. That's why I just don't pay attention to these anymore. I'm so black-pilled on these, it's ridiculous. Like, I don't believe anything that this will say. I don't. Because they used it in such an erroneous way. So, yeah. Let's continue.
Ben Shapiro decides that he's going to spend some time lying about it. That Ben Shapiro shreds Bill Nye and other abortion activists completely body, okay? It seems like he's run out of content because in this video, he is responding to this video from Bill Nye from Big Think, which, let me remind you, is 6 years old. This video was released before Donald Trump was even president. This is 6 years ago. I guess he's run out of content because he has to pull from something that happened 6 years ago to talk about on stream. So
this guy, my dude, look at what you and I are doing right now. Talk about a pot calling the kettle black, right? He is seriously doing the same thing that Ben Shapiro is doing, that I am doing. Dude, people in glass houses shouldn't cast stones, my guy. Okay? Just saying. But yeah, it sounds like it's all bad faith so far. Instead of just trying to listen a little bit and then say what's on your mind, you're coming into this with preconceptions, right? So yeah. Now, I'm not defending Ben Shapiro. I'm not defending Ben Shapiro at all. I like some of the stuff that Ben says, but I disagree with some other stuff that Ben says, just like I do with anybody else, really. So yeah. Boy. So yeah, let me read the chat real quick. No running in my lobby. The videos I linked aren't terribly long. Okay. El Cazador de Otakus. Climate change is real. Have you tried going outside and checking? Yes, except I live in a desert. So for me, climate change is the same no matter what happens. No matter what happens, the desert never changes. Nicodem. Hey, cookie for everyone. I'm half woman, half man. Don't know how. I get you. No running in my lobby. Another arrogant and liberal on YouTube. I'm not even Republican. In fact, I really dislike Ben Shapiro, but this video is disingenuous and bad faith so far. Yes, it is to a certain degree. To a certain degree, it is. Jason D, were you able to get that work done on your truck today? Yes, I finished it. Although I had to ride my Harley in the rain to go and pick up some extra bolts because the transmission radiator that's connected to the engine radiator, it didn't just slide into slots like the old one did. It had bolts, so you could bolt it onto the front of it. So that's what I did. And it's working perfectly fine. It's nice and good. I got coolant and everything. no leaks, no temperature jumps, no cracks. It's working good. All right, let's continue.
Oh, if he's gonna react, Andy, for old dried up content, it seems I'm gonna milk this for as much milk as she's got left. So let's see what Ben has to say. I love listening to what the opposition has to say. I feel like it'll be very
well. At least he's honest about it. At least he's honest. Right there, he said since I'm going to cover someone covering old content, I'm going to milk this for all it's worth. Dude, I appreciate the honesty. I do. And I do the same thing. I do the same thing. So yeah, like look, just accept it, be honest, and move on. There we go.
very fun.
I have been presented with a challenge by my producers, and as you know, I love a good challenge. Today, we're going to be presented with a series of pro-abortion arguments from Bill Nye the Science Guy, who's very scientific.
But my sex job.
I'm going to debunk each of them.
Many more.
Because my sex jump. Oh, I'm sorry, Ben. But you're not a fan of epic EDM pop music.
Or 100.
Well, I mean, I'm a fan of epic EDM pop music and everything in between, but there is appropriate stuff for appropriate people, right? So like when they were what was it? When they they said accidentally, but I don't believe them. When they were running the song WAP when it first was going out, and they didn't put restrictions originally. They didn't put restrictions for age on that song. They didn't, and it was popping up in children's like YouTube feeds and stuff like that. Then again, that's negligible parenting anyway. But yeah, they ran it for a while before they changed it back, right? So yeah, yeah. So there's appropriate ages for different types of music, right? Yeah. Just saying.
Of eggs are fertilized, then become humans. Eggs get fertilized, and by that I mean sperm get accepted by ova a lot. But that's not all you need. You have to attach to the uterine wall.
Personally, the sperm may be accepted by ova. Personally, I want to be accepted by Ava, but that's just me.
Inside of a womb.
Was that a Neon Genesis Evangelion little plug there? Was that Neon Genesis Evangelion plug? I want to be accepted by Ava. I wonder. That's a good show, by the way.
A woman's womb. But if you're going to hold that as a standard, that is to say, if you're going to say when an egg is fertilized, it's therefore has the same rights as an individual, then who are you going to sue? Whom are you going to sue? Whom are you going to imprison? Every woman who's had a fertilized egg pass through her?
Okay, stop it right there. Okay, so he's making several arguments in a row. Number one, you'll notice that he says that the location of the fertilized ova is what matters, right? And once it's implanted, then presumably it is now on its way to becoming a full human life. I've noticed that his standard for abortion is not implantation. There are some politicians who believe implantation is a standard, including, for example, Newt Gingrich. That is not his standard. He has not offered a standard, you'll notice. Also, the notion that
he's not giving the standard yet, mostly because he paused the video before he gave the standard, actually. He gave the standard at the end of the video, which, is kind of how like making points works, how you talk about why you believe something, and then you, at the end, you lead people to why you believe what you believe, and you don't just like tell them at first what you believe and then like post hoc rationalize it for them. It's just kind of, whatever. He may not be used to that. Anyways.
Well, I mean, in all fairness, you're doing the same thing, guy. You're doing the same thing. And I'm doing the same thing. Because you haven't finished speaking all the way. So when I pause it to talk about a certain thing, I'm not technically, I'm not even letting you go all the way through, right? So that's kind of a dumb nitpick to make. That's quite like the hypocrisy, dude. The hypocrisy. Although, he's not wrong, technically, because, he's going to pause it right there and then say, well, he doesn't give a standard. Well, maybe it would have been more apt for Ben to say he hasn't given a standard yet. But at the same time, he still has to pause and put his thoughts forward while they're fresh, right? As we all do, right? Ooh. So yeah, I mean, so yeah, let's see where this goes afterwards, right?
Spontaneous bodily abortion, meaning your body does not actually carry through the pregnancy. That this is treated the same way as a purposeful, deliberate abortion is very silly. In no area of criminal law would you treat those two things the same. If you left your car in neutral and it slid down a hill and it hit somebody, that would not be treated the same thing as you taking your car, ramming your foot to the gas while somebody's standing right behind the car. Not the same thing. As far as who
But one thing that he doesn't talk about is negligence. What about criminal negligence? What if you have a bunch of fertilized eggs and you know that you probably were fertilized, but you, I don't know, go drinking, go skydiving, you start smoking or something? That all reduces the likelihood of the eggs attaching to the uterine wall and or you having a miscarriage. Is that like, should you, is that like wanton endangerment? Is that is that like, yeah, is that unintentional manslaughter as well? And wait, didn't these guys say that life begins at fertilization? So if it begins at fertilization, but they leave, shouldn't that be like grounds for a sort of like investigation or something? It's like this stuff just doesn't make any sense. Like at first they're like, oh yeah, life begins at fertilization, and that's when you take care of, but we won't care about it really until it's implanted, and still then we may not care about it because we may not want to prosecute somebody for having a miscarriage. But if they do have a miscarriage, but if they purposely have a miscarriage, maybe that we should look into that. How do we prove that they purposely have a miscarriage? We're not necessarily sure. Like this doesn't make any sense. Just why can't doctors and uterine enjoyers just be able to make this decision by themselves without the government poking their head into the operating room?
You know what? I agree with that. It is a dangerous path to go down, right? Where it's like, look, okay, how do you prove someone did not have a miscarriage on purpose? How do you prove that? You really can't. You really cannot. How do you prove that someone? How do you prove that someone like did a morning after pill or something? I mean, you could test for maybe the traces of it, but you can't prove that they knew that there was something there. So he's got a point there, right? The point being, you don't want to go down these dangerous roads, right? Now, that's why I push for there's so much more before it comes to this, right? And what I mean by that, when it comes to abortion, right? What I mean by that is there are so many different forms of contraception. So many. Dudes can get vasectomies or get sterilized or get snipped, right? They can. And gals, okay, can, get like tied or what's the other one? Where they like, it's like a UID or something where they're like, essentially they're sterilized. They're made completely infertile, right? And then of course there's everything else under the sun. There's a morning after pill. There is, there's also an implant they can get in their arm, okay, that completely suppresses their ability to have a pregnancy. There's so many different things, different precautions that can be taken before abortion is even on the table. But do you hear anyone talking about that? You don't, do you? It's most certainly not something that's pushed for. Instead, it's only about abortion. It's only about the right to terminate the life that's growing inside someone else. That's all it's about. They try to say, oh, women's rights and stuff. What about the dude's rights? But then again, on the dude side, hey, dude, make better choices, right? Because this needs to, we need to come down hard on both sides of this thing, right? We need to come down hard on men for choosing HO3s and thoughts and stuff as potential partners, and we need to hammer down on gals, on women for just being thoughts and HO3s. We need to hammer down on both sides, like severely. You want to engage in that behavior, and that's what you're going to do? Okay. Hey, dude, go get a vasectomy. If this is how you're going to be, there you go. Go have your fun. Right? Hey, girl, go get sterilized. Go get the UID. Go get the chip, whatever. Okay? Now go have your fun. Go be a thought. Go be an HO3. There you go. Then you got nothing else to worry about except disease. But for the most part, long as you take care of that, you're good. You don't got to worry about nothing else. Right? But yeah, there is so many precautionary measures that can be taken by both that is not brought up at all. And it's stupendously dumb. And that's coming from a dumbass. Anyway, let's keep going.
Or into the doctor's office. I just don't think the government should be big enough to fit in there. It should be small enough to fit in there, honestly. It's too big. Government is too big to fit in the operating room and doctor's office for this type of stuff. Women have been charged for miscarriages. Yes, and that's insane. Shapiro's worldview is not okay. It's incoherent.
Do not come.
And this is what this point means. It's completely incoherent. How are you going to sit here and say it begins at life, but we won't care about the life until like a certain point? Then, like somewhere in there is when we finally care about it. And that's okay if you take like a pro-life, not the forced birth position that Shapiro takes. Because even Shapiro thinks that 10-year-old should have given birth. That's just literally forced birth. And it is disgusting. Yeah, like Oklahoma woman convicted for manslaughter. The fetus was not viable, advocates say. So like if there's like a non-viable fetus, then you literally have a dead body floating in your tummy. I think that you should be able to get rid of it. But people like Ben Shapiro don't believe so. If you have a dead body rotting away inside of you, Ben Shapiro thinks that you should be forced to keep that. I think that's disgusting.
That is disgusting. All right. So I'll explain to y'all what a non-viable pregnancy is. All right. That's a different term for it. But essentially it's a miscarriage. That's essentially what it is. Yeah, miscarriage is a little different, whatever. But yeah, a non-viable, fetus, whatever, that non-viable every time that they've used it so far means the child is gone. And it's just the remains of the child. To make someone still carry that is disgusting. That's disgusting. That's not fair to the woman. Not at all. That's not fair in the slightest. And I hate that some dummies thought it was a good idea to make a law to where that was the thing. Okay? So yeah. That's gross. That's gross. That's why I believe in states' rights. That's why I want state sovereignty and individual sovereignty. So it goes like this, right? Take that power away from the federal government. Hey, federal government, you got no right to tell me what to do in my state. None. Okay? Now, state government, okay? You have no right to tell me what to do in my county. right? So yeah, and then at the individual level, okay, like let's just say that we just stick with state sovereignty and we don't break it down any further, right? Then it's incumbent upon individuals that live in that state. Now, if you're in the minority of that state and the majority of that state passes legislation that you don't like, get up and leave. Get up and go. Go to a state that's better than that one. So yeah, if you don't like what's going on in that state, move to another state where you like what's going on, right? There you go. But it's also incumbent on individuals to make better decisions. See how that breaks all the way down? Individual absolutism. There we go.
Punished. The entire pro-life movement has made the point that it's the abortion doctor who should theoretically be punished in these cases since he's part of essentially an abortion mill.
Nobody likes abortion.
Wait, stop. Okay, so
Wait, abortion mill? He has to try and make it sound like a puppy mill, and I believe so. If you have a dead body rotting away inside of you, Ben Shapiro thinks that you should be forced to keep that. I think that's disgusting.
punished. The entire pro-life movement has made the point that it's the abortion doctor who should theoretically be punished in these cases since he's part of essentially an abortion mill.
Nobody likes abortion.
Wait, stop. Okay, so
Wait, abortion mill? He has to try and make it sound like a puppy mill, and I mean,
Actually, there's quite a few people that brought this to light. That there's a lot of places like Planned Parenthood, and places that like the I forget which California hospitals it was. I forget which one of the hospitals it was, but okay, they were entirely promoting abortion as the end all be all for everybody. Okay? As the end all be all, as the only solution. Right? But then people found out, okay, because it was a state-funded facility, right, that per abortion performed, they were getting like 3 or 4 times as much per most everything else they were doing for funding. It was about the money. And guess what we saw with COVID? With the Rona. They were declaring people dead because of Rona just for being dead in the hospital, with or without Rona. It was all about the money. So if it's not an abortion mill, what do you call it? I agree with Ben there. But I don't agree with Ben saying that every single one is the same way. Not every hospital is the same. Not every state has the same policies for hospitals. They don't. They're all different, right? Here in Texas, where I live, okay, which is actually where I got my my idea, where I got like the knowledge of there's so many different ways, there's so many different precautionary steps before abortion, was that at the local hospitals here, okay, they regularly go to schools. They regularly go to schools and they talk to young men and young women, and they're like, hey, look, okay, if you want to engage in this behavior, here are all the different things you can do to protect yourselves. right? And they list them all down, okay? They tell them what each one does, all right? And they send them home with like a little booklet, right? Here locally where I live, like the single mother pandemic is a minor presence here. Very minor. I think it's something like 1 in 20. So around 1 in 20 will be a single parent. And something like 1 in 30 ends up, going to another state to terminate a pregnancy. That's some incredible numbers. That's locally. Anyway, let me read the chat real quick. Jason D, nice work. No running in my lobby. Message deleted by Marlblock Stan. What's the deleted message? Very good. Good. I'm glad you finished it. Okay. Nicodem, how are you all feeling today? Marlblock Stan, hello, Badger. Why? How are you? I'm doing okay. James Joseph Martin, well, that's a disappointment. I've tried to join your channel. I try to join your channel, but YouTube keeps blocking me from joining your channel. So sorry about that. I can't be a decent human. What I would do is I would go to the channel page and click the join button and then check your payment info, because sometimes your payment info will be wrong. Check your payment info, check your card numbers and all that stuff. Basically do like a hard reset on your payment details. Make sure they're all accurate. No running in my lobby. That happened to me on mobile, James, and it let me join the channel when I did on my computer. Jason D, you make some good points. Thank you. Why is all of no running in my lobby's messages being deleted? I don't get. Hey, Moral Blocks, what's going on? No running in my lobby. They don't care about the future of the country or their audience. Jason D, no way Ben believes that. I don't think he does very much either, but he does a terrible job at expressing it. No running in my lobby. Ben is infinitely worse than this YouTuber is, though. I don't know. I think they're equal, quite honestly. Jason D. If the baby dies in the womb, of course you take it out. But until then, maybe it will recover, or perhaps God will do a miracle. I doubt it. James Joseph Martin. I've also tried to join with my computer, but it was the same result. Jerry Novo. This is why I love being FWC, is just state police, basically. Marlock Stan. Yeah, Ben made a big oopsie doopsie. Yes, he did. Jerry Novo. Speaking of which, hey, Badger, what do you think I should do? Go for SOG in the FWC, or should I just stay in my lane? Hey, man, do what makes you happy. Nicodem, I can show one of my videos. No running in my lobby, message deleted. I'm not sure why that's happening, James. I would try opening the channel member link in a new tab. The problems I had with joining fix themselves over time. Marblock Stan. Oops, I was trying to click off of pinned comment. Ah, I see. You're on mobile. Marblock Stan. Mobile is hard. Face palm. No running in my lobby. My messages are being deleted. Why? It's an accident. It's an accident. Marblocks didn't mean to do that. Marlock Stan, I accidentally hid you from the channel because of clicking off the pinned comment, but there's a little spot above it where it clicked on your name. Okay, I get you. All right, let's continue.
I mean, hey, listen, he thinks that like abortions is equivalent to the Holocaust, so I guess sure, fine, whatever. I guess that it makes sense from his worldview. It doesn't make sense to a normal human being. It's like a it's like a diploma mill. Yeah. Big abortion needs to be stopped. They've gone too far. They're just giving abortions out for fun now. It's disgusting. If facts don't care about your feelings, it's true. It's true. My feelings don't care about your facts. That's what he's just saying now. It's wild. And no, like the like forced birth people do not just believe that only the doctor should be gone after. They're specifically going after, like, what a lot of the laws are specifically going after the people who go to do that. And didn't he say earlier that it was the woman who was making the choice? Like his analogy between like letting your car roll down a hill and kill somebody and driving your car into somebody, wasn't he saying that the mother was the one that was at the wheel, but now it's the doctor? Is it like Schrodinger's driver? We don't know who's at the wheel at any point in time. Just whenever it's politically efficacious for me to make it seem like I don't hate women. Is that it?
Why? Why? Really? It's fine. What's the problem? He just said that it's
You can't say that he hates women when he works with multiple women who think he is wonderful, and at the same time he's married with several kids and his wife is happy as hell. Can't say he hates women if that's the case. Now, if you have evidence of such, I'd like to see it. Oh, you don't? And you're not going to provide any? Okay.
basically the same thing as a naturally occurring thing, and half the time just kind of slides out and whatever. Why? Why does nobody like abortion? Explain.
But you can't.
It's expensive. It's difficult to go through. They didn't want to be impregnated in the first place, so that means they didn't want to have to go through the operation to get it done in the first place. You and some people may have wanted the kid, but they couldn't afford it, or they knew they couldn't take care of it. Right? All of these things are possible. That's fine. That's not a gotcha. Like it's not people who are not for forcing people to give births. Yeah, trauma as well. Like not for people who are, pro forcing people to give births. They don't have to be doing the freaking like shindig in there, okay? Like the nurses don't have to be like goddamn like Oompa Loompa dancing and singing on their way to like the abortion room or something. You know what I mean? Like they don't have like as soon as they like suck the baby out with their like baby sucking machine, they don't like it's not like the doctor like pops one of those like party poppers with their like bloody gloves, and the nurses start to all form into a line to a spontaneous dance routine. Like that doesn't have to happen for us not to have like contradictory beliefs. They don't. As far as I know, they don't. I do it. I'm not even a doctor. Yeah. It's not great, but we have to do a lot of things that we don't like in life. That's just called being an adult. I'm sorry. When you become an adult, or in this case, unfortunately, since a lot of non-adults can get pregnant, once you become old enough to impregnate and become pregnant, that's something that we have to deal with as human beings. It's very sad, but some things have to be done, and some sad choices are not up to you to make.
Okay. So I'm going to counter everything he said with what I said earlier. Condoms, implants, morning after pills, sterilization, infertilization, surgeries, vasectomies, burning the tubes. If you want to go and be an HO3 or a thought, and you're a dude who wants to do the same thing, both of y'all should get it. Both of y'all. Oh, there's multiple different ways to avoid going to a clinic or a hospital at all? Badger, that's not reality. That's not science. Dude, you can seriously do so much before You just decide to kill. You can do so much before you decide on that. Them's facts. You can avoid the situation altogether. Hell, you could even avoid the debate altogether. We would not have an abortion debate at all. At all. If everybody that this affected decided, okay? Because it affects men and women. It does affect men and women, both. Okay? Both can decide to get it done. All those precautionary measures that can be put into place, and they can even be stacked up. All of them would completely nix the debate entirely. There would be no debate because you would make the decision, you know what? I don't want to have kids. I don't want to take the risk or the chance. I can't afford it. You know, I just want to go have fun, and that's all I want to ever do. I don't want to have kids. Okay, cool. Go get sterilized. There you go. Men and women. Dudes can get cut, you know, snipped. Women can get like the welding or whatever it's called. I forget what it's called, but they can get, you know, those things. They can get their tubes. They can be sterilized, right? They can go get it done. That's what my ex is going to do because she is a full-on THOT. She's a full-on HO3. She's full on. That's what she is. She can't be anything more. So she's going to go get it done. So yeah, if guys and gals made better freaking decisions, okay, and took all those precautions, there would be no abortion debate because nobody would care. Just saying.
Tell somebody what to do. I mean, she has rights over this, especially if she doesn't like the guy that got her pregnant.
Okay, stop that right there. What? If the guy got her pregnant, and presumably we're not talking about a rape here, but she doesn't like the guy who got her pregnant.
Presumably, it's not like that matters to you, Ben. It's not like I don't know why he had to stipulate. It doesn't really matter. Ben thinks if you get assaulted 10 trillion times, then you deserve to be forced to have all of those babies, all one after the other. All right.
Ben Shapiro has said nothing of the sort that I've ever heard of. So that's a bold-faced lie.
So I don't know why he had to be like stipulate. It's not like his position really changes.
So she gets to kill the product? How? Why?
Product.
Is there any...
Okay, Ben Shapiro calling it a product. I know exactly what he's saying. I know what he's trying to say. What he's trying to describe is the product of this act that these two people engaged in. But that's like a heartless way to look at it, right? It sounds like a heartless way to look at it. But in his brain, I'm thinking, this is my guess. I'm not inside his head. But my guess is he's describing this you know, in a certain fashion, because in his mind, he already has everything he wants entailed into it, right? He already has like all the details in his head, but what he's saying doesn't sound so good, does it?
logical connect there at all? By the way, there are many people who don't like the father of their children. The children are fully grown. Can I murder the child now? What happens in cases of divorce? Does mommy just go to kill the kids because she and daddy don't get, like, what? There's no logical connect there at all.
We have so...
What? Product. Like, for one, calling babies products, but okay, whatever, I guess. What's this man saying? Destroy the child. It's true. It's true. Destroy the child. Death. But the kid's already born. Like with the whole thing is like bodily autonomy. You should be able to take care of your body, and you shouldn't be forced to give up your like blood and flesh to other people, even if they need it. All right, or even if it may be ethical. You have no need for that. There shouldn't be any legal obligation or legal punishment for you giving or not giving your body up to somebody. It is yours to do with as you wish, unless you're hurting somebody else. But the thing is, if you have something growing in your stomach, you should be able to take that out if you wish. I don't know where bodily autonomy comes into. The kids are at like daddy's house over the weekend. This doesn't make any sense. I think there's a massive difference between somebody who has had experiences and can live on their own and or be taken care of and can be growing outside of like a human being to somebody who can't. And we make this distinction literally all of the time. If somebody is in like a vegetative state and in a coma for 17 years, but they have somebody who they have like an emergency contact and now they have complete rights over their person basically, and they can like literally take them off of life support. Does Ben Shapiro now believe that we shouldn't be allowed to take anybody off of life support at any point in time ever? I mean, he doesn't even believe, honestly, he's for a party that doesn't even believe that you should be able to terminate a non-viable pregnancy. So there not even is a life at that point. Seems a little incoherent, don't you think?
Okay, what if I flip this around? What if I flip this around? I think I'm clever, but I'm really not. I think I'm clever, but I'm not. What if I flip it around, right? Right? Okay, you want to talk about body autonomy? Okay, we'll talk about bodily autonomy. What about the child's bodily autonomy? And that's just another way to look at it, right? I'm not saying that in too much of seriousness, right? I'm not. But what I would say again is there's way too many steps to be taken to get to this point. Way too many. There's way too many steps to get to this point, right? You want to go out and be an HO3. You want to be a thought. You want to be, this hot stuff on the streets or whatever. That goes for men and women, right? Celibacy, abstinence, condoms, the morning after pill, implants, vasectomies, getting snipped, getting sterilized. There's 7 different plus levels of precautionary measures to take. If that's what you're going to decide to do with your body. 7 levels just off the top of my head of precautions that can be taken. And I believe 4 of which are 100% effective. And that's abstinence, celibacy, vasectomies, and sterilization. All 4 of those are 100% effective, as far as my knowledge goes for the second 2. If we had propped all that up and told people, hey, look, these are things you could do to avoid this situation altogether, there would be no abortion debate. But it's not about that, is it? It's only about abortion. It's not about the woman or the child or the guy. It's not about them at all. It's just about abortion. Think about why that's the only thing being discussed and nothing else. Think about it.
So many more important things to be dealing with.
Wait, stop. What? I mean, this is just, he doesn't even bother to carry through the line of argument. It's just a bunch of emotional appeals. We have so many more important things to be dealing with than what? The killing of 1 million unborn human beings in the womb every year in the United States?
Yes. Climate change, homelessness, non-access to childcare, child health care as well, poverty, taking care of the children who are like already in the world and are having experiences and need to be taken care of, bigotry, the Republicans. Like there are many things that are more important than this. Appeals to emotion, apples to emotion. Yeah, there are many things that are more important than this. 100%. It should be left between two people. The person who is going to be forced to have a birth if they don't get an abortion, and the doctor who provides it. So we can handle other things because they've got that handled.
Okay, now here's where the top down comes in, right? Here's where the top down comes in. Because he's now putting it in line with a bunch of other issues, right? So poverty, poverty, childcare, healthcare, all that stuff, right? Health insurance, all them things. Well, here's the issue. The reason why all of those things are on such a rise and they're going so bad is because of Democrats and rhinos. That's why. Because people are doing the stupidest thing ever. And they're saying, and basically, no matter what this person that you're voting for, is going to do, no matter what they're going to do, they say, vote blue no matter who, vote red no matter, better vote red than be dead. That's all they're doing. It literally goes no further than that, which is why we're in such a hole right now. And we're only digging it deeper because people are only voting for a party. They're not voting on problem solving. They're voting just partisan. They're like, okay, it's a Democrat. I'll just vote because it's a Democrat and that's it. That's as far as the thought process goes. Instead of doing the research, seeing what they're about, seeing what they've done in the past, and knowing who it is they're voting for. Instead, they're just casting a vote just because it's a Democrat or just because it's a rhino. That's why we're in such a big mess. Okay? We would have much better health care, much better medical care. Okay? We would have possibly even free child care. We could have free college. We could. If people actually paid attention to what they were voting for. So take Joe Biden, for instance. Right? He's been known to be a liar for the past 40 years. Joe Biden has been known to be a liar for 40 years. 40 years. He's been known to be a liar, a racist, an actual bigot, but people voted for him just because he wasn't Trump. That was literally it. That's as far as it went. They voted for him just because he wasn't Trump. And I think I'm stupid. So yeah, we could have all the things we really wanted if people actually paid attention to what they were voting for. Okay? We really would. We really would. And then all of those problems would be starting to slowly fade away to where they're basically nil. Like it was supposed to be. But of course, we have all this stupidity going on. And that's a lot to say coming from somebody who's kind of stupid.
It's like a pretty important thing.
We have so many more problems. To squander resources on this argument based on bad science, on just lack of understanding.
No.
It's very frustrating.
And what bad science have I presented thus far? Any?
You wouldn't
well, your argument isn't based in any science. So I guess it's kind of hard to have bad science when there's no science backing up your point at all. Checkmate, Mr. Science Guy, if that is your real name. I cannot provide any bad science when I don't have any science at all. All right. Good to know.
Know how big a human egg was if it weren't for microscopes.
So what? Why does the size matter? I'm confused. He's a scientist. This is like him saying, well, you know, does atomic chemistry matter at all? Does molecular biology matter? Like, do those things matter? I mean, if you didn't have a microscope, you wouldn't even know they exist. Yeah, but they have consequences, it turns out.
You wouldn't know.
What is this? Why did they give some, like, well,
he's not wrong. He's really not wrong. In that one point, right? He's really not wrong. Okay, it's something so small we shouldn't worry about it. Okay, then we would have no understanding of virology. We'd have no understanding of we would not even know what a bacteria is. We wouldn't know what viruses are. We would have no idea how to treat them. We would have no idea how to keep people alive without knowing about the science of the very small. We'd have no idea. Microbiology, microzoology, which I believe there is actually microzoology, I believe, where it's like creatures that are super small, but they're not like they're not like molecules or nothing like that. Like tardigrades. They're technically a life form akin to like insects or human beings, right? So yeah. We would have a much harder time as a human species if we didn't know about small stuff. It does have consequences, not knowing about it. Okay? If we had understood virology, all right, and microbiology back when the first Spanish, influenza came out, all right, or hell, back during the bubonic plague and black plague, if we had known about it and we were able to study it and look at it and understand it, we would have avoided a lot of death. So to say it doesn't matter because it's small, that's a non-argument. That's a non-argument in every single way. That makes zero sense to say. That's a personal belief, a personal feeling. It's not actually an objective fact. So, yeah, in this case, Ben's correct. He's very correct. Not knowing about these things can have consequences.
Why do they have a 17-year-old kid out of school who has ADHD and autism and who watches too many meme compilation videos editing these? What the hell? This isn't even funny.
Sounds like you're projecting, my dude. And what do you have? Are you saying that you hate autistic people and young people and unfunny people? Are you saying you hate them? How dare you? See what kind of dumbass argument that is? Although it is, to be fair, okay, his humor is probably different, right? He's probably got a different sense of humor. So maybe that's exactly how he looks at it.
Was that to just like scare his geriatric audience out of their coma? What was this? What's happening? Are they falling asleep already? Ben? Good Lord. And also, that argument was for, you have bad science. You wouldn't even...
He said, was that to scare your geriatric audience out of their coma? You know what? I give him a point for that one. Because that was kind of funny.
Understand even the little that you understand now without the science that you're poo-pooing on. So you need to like know your place. That's what that argument is.
Process, you wouldn't have that shot, the famous shot or shots where the sperm are bumping up against the egg. You wouldn't have that without science.
Right, and we do. So, and your point is that we'd be better off if we were ignorant, like you appear to be.
You stupid.
Man, the science guy over here. I love this. He's deriding science in order to avoid the consequences of his own arguments. He's like, you wouldn't even know about sperm and egg if it weren't for me, the science guy, and that's why you should ignore what's happening with sperm and egg.
So it's really encourage you to not tell women what to do and not pursue these laws that really are in nobody's best interest.
They're in nobody's best interest except for the unborn child. Also, what is a woman? Also, I love that he just comes back to his truism. You can't tell women what to do. The entire point is...
What is a woman? Whatever makes my dick hard. Easy question. Next question. F slur.
Wait, did he just make a transphobic statement? Did he just make a transphobic statement? He said, what is a woman? Whatever gets me hard. See how that can be interpreted? So dumb. So dumb.
Sliding in a little transphobia as a treat. Sliding in a little transphobia as a treat. If you didn't know.
Oh, so he admits it. So he admits it. Let's keep going.
Women can actually lactate. So that is a wild meme. That's a wild meme. I know conservatives don't like that. I remember I saw only one conservative mention that trans women can lactate, and it was them saying that they were sad that a trans woman was lactating and breastfeeding a baby because instead of the baby getting real titty milk, they were getting sewage water, which apparently they think that all trans women don't have milk in their boobies. They have sewage water, I guess. Apparently, shit is stored in the tits. I didn't know this, but I'll have to like inquire with my my doctor next time I go. But yeah, I don't know. It's very odd. It's very strange.
Let's look that up. Let's look it up. Okay. Unlike FNs, MNs, okay, appear to be purely decorative, but can they also be functional and secrete milk? That is, can men lactate? Short answer, yes, under certain circumstances. To start, male lactation has been observed in a few domesticated animals, including cats, goats, and guinea pigs, on rare occasions. I wonder what those rare occasions are, actually. However, male lactation seems to be common only in Dayak fruit bats, though it's not yet clear why males of this species have the biology to spontaneously produce milk. For both men and women, breast tissue contains hollow cavities called alveoli, which are linked with milk-secreting cells. But the critical determinant of lactation is prolactin, a hormone that's produced by the pituitary gland and supports the mammary glands to produce milk. Normally, non-pregnant women can have almost double the amount of prolactin circulating in their body than men, according to National Institutes of Health. This concentration can spike by nearly tenfold during and after pregnancy. Research has shown that male prolactin levels can also surge, according to a 2008 review on male lactation. For instance, scientists documented lactation in male World War II prison camp survivors who suffered months of starvation. After receiving adequate nutrition, their hormone-producing glands rebounded far quicker than their livers, which normally metabolize hormones, resulting in hormonal spikes that cause lactation. I wonder when they had the time to do this kind of, human I wonder when they had the time to do that human, what is it? Human scientific testing. I wonder. Similarly, a condition called liver cirrhosis can cause lactation by disrupting the organ's normal hormone metabolizing function. Health issues that affect the pituitary gland or the hypothalamus, which normally inhibits the release of prolactin, can also cause male milk production. So, yes, men can lactate, but only when things are not going so good for the guy. But it doesn't make any mention of that being something you can give to a baby. Let's look up another one. All right, this looks interesting. Can males lactate? Is it physiologically possible for males to lactate? As we know, female investment in most animals is much higher than that of males based on the value of eggs versus sperm. However, in mammals, we've been dealt a double whammy when it comes to infant care. Not only do females have to gestate embryos within their own bodies, they then become the sole providers of nutritious food for newborns in the form of milk. Okay, that much we know. The fact that male investment is particularly low is generally attributable to a lack of certainty over paternity. Okay. In addition, females are physiologically unable to desert of developing offspring. Okay, so they say there are exceptions to every rule. Let me read it a little bit more. Okay. So basically, men can lactate, but they can't give it to a baby. That's basically what I got from that. I read 2 different articles that basically said the same thing. So, yeah, let's continue.
Very strange belief. You showed us cis men can too. It is true. They can be born with breast tissue and lactate. This is very true. Many people are saying this. Many people are saying this.
I'm not telling a woman what to do with her body. I'm telling her what she can't do to somebody else's body, the independent human life within her. That would be the thing.
Oh, within her. It's inside of her? Wait, so isn't like you telling somebody what to do with their body, also telling them what they can't do with things inside of their body? You can't do that with your body. We can't remove that cancer. It has more rights than you. Like,
okay, but cancer is something that will actually kill somebody directly. So, are you saying that all humans are cancer? See how dumb that is? See how stupid that is? Let me read the chat. All right, Marblox Dan, I took Harry Potter's invisible cloak off you, unhidden. Nicodem, no running in my lobby. Thank you, Dan, but now that the cloak is off, Mr. Filch sees me. Marblox Dan, well, goodbye. No running in my lobby. Rest in peace. Jerry Neville, Ben here just preaches about common sense about life. Yes, some of his ideas are a bit meh. They definitely are. But some of them are just common sense, which is why people hate, I guess. Something like that. Marble blocks, the old flip-flop, the chancla. Get the chanzuka. Jason D, exactly. The baby has a body. That is the one getting killed. Jerry Nevo, dear God, not the flip-flop, the most deadliest weapon of all. Marble blocks, I got hit with a few flip-flops. Ouch. Jerry Novo, I know, same. My mom's flip-flop had heat-seeking technology. Speaking of the Chanzuka, Marvel Blocks, LOL. Marvel Blocks. People go on feelings, not facts. Facts. And look at me here. I don't see why the doctors don't tie the woman's tubes as part of the abortion. That way she doesn't have to go through that again. Nicodem, I'm back. Jerry Novo. I mean, shit, I voted for Trump because it seemed logical. He's a businessman who has a successful company. We need someone of that caliber to no BS fix the political bull. Indeed. Best numbers of our lives when Trump was president. Marblocks. Oh my goodness. So if he saw an ugly female, then it wouldn't be a woman according to his definition. He hates ugly people. Oh, wait. Nicodem. What? Jerry Novo twice. So wait. So men could lactate, but it's not very healthy for the baby? Yeah, it's not, because there's a lack of certain very vital nutrients and stuff that only women can produce. Jerry Novo, I'm so confused, my brain hurts. I get it. Marble Blocks, sus. Comparing a baby to cancer. I know, right? Shows you exactly what they think about it. Nicodem, I don't know what to do. No running in my lobby. LMAO. Imagine comparing a fetus to cancer and acting like you're arguing in good faith. This guy's a grifter, just like Shapiro. I told you they were equal, except Ben is just actually literally smarter than this guy is. So yeah, let's go. Let's continue.
Listen, you can do whatever you want with your body. Well, if that's the case, what's the? I'm gonna come. Thank you. If that's the case, then why do we have laws against? We have some laws against this, right? With people who are pregnant, they can't like crazy smoke and drink and shit when they're pregnant, because the baby could be born with fetal alcohol syndrome. But they're only putting it into their body. It just happened to be getting into the baby's body as well. But we have laws against that. Why can't we do that? Oh wait, it's almost like they're connected. Oh wait, it's almost like if the mom dies, the baby dies too. But it's not the opposite way around, unless you force her not to be able to get an abortion, which Ben Shapiro wants to do. That's wild. That shit's crazy, dude.
We have some more on.
Yeah. So your argument is that children should be terminated at any age. Because if a child is living with their mother, inside or outside, whatever the mother is doing or what happens to her affects the child still. Okay.
On this in just 1 second. First, I've debunked communism, JFK conspiracies, and other disputed.
No.
With me.
All right, give me a sec. I got to go get something real quick. Give me a sec. Listen to some cool music, okay? All right, I'm back. I just needed to get some lip chap. All right, let's continue.
He's wearing smart guy glasses. This means he's smart, probably.
Have you ever heard of a band called? So one of the first questions.
A shitty, filthy Frank reference in 2022, the year of our Lord? In the year of our Lord? You're making a filthy Frank glasses video? What the hell? That's disrespect. You know what? Joji should sue. You should take the video down for copyright infringement. That shit would be mad funny. Please let him sue. Please, Lord.
People have to think about is, are fetuses persons? Now, that's a very important linguistic question, persons. I didn't say human beings, I didn't say alive. Those are three different issues, right? Something can be alive but not be a person. Your dog is a good example. You might love your dog; it's a wonderful thing,
My dog
but
is
it's
a
not a
person.
person.
Is an unborn
Something
person
can
a
be
dog?
human and potentially not be a person.
Well, I mean, it may be like it may be a dog. I don't know, but like it seems like other conservatives agree. You keep showing them pictures of fetuses, and they keep saying they're people when they're actually elephants and dolphins and dogs. So it is quite curious. These like fourth birth conservatives keep saying that humans are dolphins and elephants and shit. It's wild. It's crazy.
Right? Some people think
What? 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 I do not get it all. Where on earth he was trying to go with that? I have no idea. Was he trying to say that animals and stuff can be persons? Or was he trying to say that animals and stuff can't be persons? I just okay.
the early embryo, for example, before 14 days, or stem cells being derived, are members of the human species, but may not be persons. So what do we mean by persons? We mean something that has a certain set of moral and or legal rights, the most important of which is a right against inviolability. They can't be.
Wait, he said someone is only a person when they have legal rights. Okay. So you're saying that if I was told I'm not a person and I had all my rights and everything stripped away, you know, my protections under the law and my citizenship and my very name and everything was stripped away from me, I'm no longer a person. Is that what you're saying? Isn't that exactly what the Nationalist Socialist Party did to Jewish people in Germany, and what Stalin and the communists did to the kulaks in the USSR, or what Mao did to people in his own country? That's the exact type of thinking that killed all those people. That's the exact same thing. Brother. All right, let me read the chat. Annette Fisher, Guten Morgen. Wie geht's du? Jerry Novo, I need a drink so I can understand this stuff. Annette Fisher, sorry Badger for your YouTube problems. It's whatever at this point, but thank you. Dunkashane. Marble Blocks, I mean, it's just a meme. Annette Fisher, it's 650 there. Okay. Marble Blocks, you are now a peasant. No, I'm not even a peasant. I'm a nobody, apparently. Because someone's only a person if they're given legal rights and everything, and they're given a name and all that stuff. But if they are not a person if they have none of those things. So everybody who lives in like third world countries is not a person to this dude. Them be dangerous waters you're treading. Starting to sound exactly like a fascist. No running in my lobby. This guy is coming off as a serious douchebag. Why does he keep saying conservatives as if every right-leaning person is unanimously in agreement on these issues? Because that's just how the left thinks, I guess. That's how leftists think, right? That's how leftists think. Not the entire left, but a humongous chunk of it. Annette Fisher, Badger, you are a honey badger. Well, thank you. Jerry Nelvo, saying, Entschuldigung, guten Morgen. Marble Block Stan, the guy reacting had better not agree with that statement. If he does, man, this will be the last time we hear from him.
Be killed or destroyed or harmed without very good reason.
Okay, so I've noticed an extraordinary amount of circular logic here. Circle detected. Okay, so get this, you ready? A person is a human being with rights. A human being with rights is a person. At no point do you define what makes a human being with rights. At no point does he define when a human being transformed.
That's not true.
Not be a person, right? Some people think the early embryo, for example, before 14 days, or stem cells being derived are members of the human species, but may not be persons. So what do we mean by persons? We mean something that has a certain set of moral and or legal rights, the most important of which is a right against inviolability.
So there's his definition of what like a person is. Humans fall under that. Persons fall under that. But not all of them. Ben, are you paying attention? No, apparently not. I don't know. Maybe he probably isn't paying attention. What is this editing? I'm going to have an aneurysm. The editing is
So the guy said, okay, you can put this two different ways. The first way I already said, right? On the first part, you know, I've already told you what I think on that. The second way to look at this is he is saying the moral and ethical protections against inviolability, right? Couldn't that be another way to describe? Couldn't that be another way to describe a growing child? Me senses some fallacies.
insane, dude. It's wild and very dumb. So he hasn't figured out like a circle in his logic at all. This isn't circular reasoning at all. He didn't say a human is a person and a person is a human. He said a person is something with rights. And one of the most important is the one to not be terminated unless there's a very good reason for such. That's what a person is. And he's arguing that a fetus has not reached that yet.
But that sounds exactly how you would describe a fetus then. See how that works? You see how that works? He's both describing for but arguing against is what it sounds like. No idea.
Which is perfectly fine. That's a reasonable argument.
Is a human being with rights. A human being with...
Oh, you know what? It must be easy to defeat all of your political opponents in debates if you just misinterpret and lie about what they believe while listening to them.
Like you're doing right now with Ben Shapiro? Like you're doing right now with Ben Shapiro? See how dumb all this is?
That's crazy.
With rights is a person. At no point do you define what makes a human being with rights. At no point does he define when a human being transforms from a human being without rights into a human being with rights. So he just completely avoids the argument through this magical circle. A person is a human being with rights. A human being with rights is a person. A defined human being with rights.
And there are a few different kinds of theories you can have.
Why am I seeing all these dead memes on stream? Holy shit. What the hell? Honestly, I'm starting to think that even like unfertilized eggs are closer to being living than a lot of these memes I'm seeing on stream. Good lord. Not the Shia LaBeouf do it meme. Yeah, he's dropping 2010 memes. I don't know, my bad. They can't be 17. This has to be like a 35, 40-year-old editing this. No possible way.
One could be just to say
How do you deal with
X
this?
is living and a human being, X is a person, right? Now, some people have problems.
Oh, and then he defined it what a person is again, and Ben just pretends that he didn't hear it. Is he just gonna sit there?
So Peter Singer and some animal rights advocates, for example, think that that's a speciesist attitude. That by saying human equals person, it's problematic that we're excluding animals.
Right. He's wrong. I mean, listen, I will give it to Peter Singer. Peter Singer is a logical thinker. He's consistent. Peter Singer literally believes that you should be able to murder a baby past its birth. He says this. He's not closeted about this. He says that because babies are not sentient and essentially have the same mental function as some kinds of animals, this means you should be able to abort, and when I say abort, I mean murder, a child post-birth. So I will give Peter Singer perfect points for consistency. But citing Peter Singer as your moral authority is sort of a risky business, as it turned out.
So other people
Depends on what kind of morals you're going off of, right? Really depends. Because morality can be subjective for people. Whether it's objective or not is different, right? So subjectively, I can decide that my vape, when I use my vape, I turn into a dragon. Right? Subjectively, I can believe that my vape is making me into a dragon whenever I use it. Objectively, I know that when I use my vape, I am inhaling stuff into my lungs and I am breathing it back out. See the differences there? Take for example the difference in cultures, right? The difference in cultures. In some cultures, in the I believe it's damn, I forget where it's at, but there's a culture where they will eat human brain. No joke. No joke. So yeah, there's a culture where they will eat human brain. Don't believe me? Look up Brian Acosta eating human brain. It's on YouTube. He was a CNN reporter. Okay? He went and ate human brain with these people. Okay? Now, according to those people's morals and ethics, it is morally acceptable to them to eat human brain. Now, to us, it is not a moral and it's not a morally acceptable thing to do for us to eat a human's brain. See how that changes? So morals and ethics and all that stuff can be subjective. To a point. To a point, it can be subjective, right? And that depends on how the rest of the world feels about it, right? And that just gets into a much bigger and larger topic of discussion, okay? But I'm not going to go there right now. Let me read the chat real fast. Soul Eater Evans. I'll just say C. I agree with you, not gonna lie. I gotta say though, Ben Shapiro is always on point, never ceases to miss a beat. If you pay attention and you look up some of the stuff he does say, you can find a lot of holes and gaps, and him. And quite often, and he admits to this, I'm giving him that much. He admits to it that he's going to be wrong a lot. And yes, he is wrong a lot. But is he always wrong? No. Marblocks Dan, he's trying to kind of slide away from agreeing or disagreeing in a way that insults Ben. I don't think so. No running in my lobby. The guy reacting doesn't care about what you think, Dan. He probably doesn't even believe half the stuff he is saying. He's there to make money off of political toxicity. I mean, yeah. But hey, no hate here. I mean, me reacting to this kind of stuff at all and trying to monetize it so I don't always have to harp on people to join the channel, you could look at me too and say I'm doing the exact same thing. So yeah, I mean, I'm not hating on him for that. In fact, I'm not hating on him at all, but I am pointing out that a lot of what he says just doesn't make sense. Annette Fisher, legal rights for children. There was a time children had no rights. Is he wanting these good old times? That's what it sounds like. The progressive cynic. Oh man, I haven't seen you in a hot minute, my dude. How you been? Just got here. He is screwing up this argument, but what he is trying to say is that personhood is an emergent quality that only attaches after a certain level of development. Okay, so I'm not a person until I'm 18. I'm still growing. I'm still developing. I'm still, my brain is still getting bigger. Does that mean that I'm not a person until I'm 18? Or actually 25, when my brain will be fully developed, right? And I'll be fully physically developed for the most part. Does that mean I'm not a person until I'm 25? Can my life be terminated and me not have personhood until I'm 25? See how that goes? But I get what you're trying to say. Nicodem, Jiggy guy is live right now. No running in my lobby. What is the point about the memes? He said himself that this video was uploaded before Trump was elected when these memes were popular. What an idiot. He hasn't shown himself to be very smart. Actually, the memes are coming from they're on the Ben Shapiro show. That's where the memes are coming from. The progressive cynic. Effectively, it amounts to a zygote not being developed enough to be considered a human being, despite having the potential to become one, but a third trimester fetus is a human. But that is arbitrary, right? It's arbitrary. That's an arbitrary point in time and development for that to be declared. It's arbitrary. It literally depends on who you talk to, right? Annette Fisher twice. Is this an abort discussion? Sorry, I missed the beginning. Pretty much. I was 4 months pregnant as I lost my child. For me, this child was real. Indeed. Greg Messick, is this dude a moron or just an idiot? Probably both. He's probably on my level, honestly, or just barely below it. Because I am a dumbass. Y'all know this. Nicodem, what do you have on breakfast? Steak, eggs, some cheese, and then I'm gonna have like 5 pounds of ground bison for breakfast. Marblocks Dan, well, it was actually uploaded 11 days ago, but still no reason to point out the memes. I would have those memes in my videos. Jerry Novo, I love how some people just kill kids all willy-nilly, yet there are some couples, and yes, some are gay couples, would give anything to be able to produce a child. Yep. No running in my lobby. The guy reacting said the video was uploaded before Trump was even president at the beginning of the video. Yep. Progressive cynic. I don't think that YouTube likes you, as I've never seen a notification for your live streams. No, YouTube hates me. They hate me. For every single video I upload, I have to fight a DMCA copyright claim. Every single time. Sometimes I win, sometimes I lose. The progressive cynic just got lucky this time. Okay, then join Discord. There's a link in the description box down below. Then you'll actually get the notifications when I share the link for the live stream in the Discord. Marlblocks, weird that he said that. I just checked the video. Yep. No running in my lobby twice. Okay, that was a weird way for him to put that. Doesn't matter either way. And Badger, the difference is that you're honest about monetizing and your reactions are actually of quality. Thank you. I appreciate it from one of my decent humans. But it really depends on who you ask, right? You know, it really depends. Okay. There's quite a few people who prefer like super edited, like Dr. Disrespect level of stuff. And then, there's people who like me. So, yeah. But I appreciate that. No running in my lobby. Nicodem, I have homemade pizza. That sounds pretty good. Too bad I can't eat it. Progressive Cynic. Yes, the line is debated, but not arbitrary. Typically, it's along the lines of brain function, e.g., can it feel pain? Or independence, can it survive outside the body with life support? Okay, so on function, people who are in a coma, a permanent coma, are they human anymore? What about people who cannot survive without life support? They literally cannot. Are they not human anymore? Can we just terminate them? It's not a gotcha, and it's not me like just throwing out some. It's not just me throwing out some talking points. Those are serious questions. Is a person who's in a vegetative state, are they not human anymore because their brain function is gone? Or what about someone who cannot exist without a feeding tube and dialysis? I guess some battle buddies have to live that way. And I got a few who are in comas as well. So yeah, are they no longer human because of that? That's a serious question. Okay, Nicodem, my Discord is broken. I'm a good human in real life. Jerry Nova, BlastCapBadger. Damn you, Badger. Now I'm hungry and I'm just starting shift. Well, feed off the hunger, essentially. I've had to do that in some missions where things just went bottom side up. And yeah, having to walk 50K back to post, back to the fob or the cob with no rations left and barely any water. That's a struggle, my dude. That's a struggle. No running in my lobby. I think that the insight you give in your reactions, military and not, are incredible. I wouldn't call it insight, but thank you. I appreciate that. You keep it real. I seriously have no idea why your channel hasn't blown up yet, besides YouTube hating you. Well, I'm a white, cisgendered, I'm a white, cisgendered, non-leftist who is not racist. So of course they're not going to prop me up. They don't like me because of those things. They don't like me because of my skin color, right? They don't like me because I'm straight, right? They don't like me because I'm cisgender, whatever that means. I keep forgetting what that means. And they don't like me because also I was a member of the military. They don't like military very much. And they don't like me because I don't bend the knee and suck the toes of the leftist activists. That's why they don't like me. And that's why they now hate Joe Rogan. It's the same reason. Progressive Cynic. Personally, I think that a person who is in a coma is still a human, but I do support right to die if a person is signed a living will indicating that is their wish. Okay, but that is that individual, okay, making that decision, right? They have signed an NDA. They have signed a DNR, basically, do not resuscitate, right? Or they have signed documentation themselves before any of this happens saying, all right, if this happens to me, I just want to go, right? But that's them making the decision for it to happen. Someone else is just making sure it does. See how that works? Nicodem, everybody's human no matter what happened. No running in my lobby. YouTube seems to hate military veteran content in general. Yes, they do. Progressive cynic. Same with people who are permanently disabled. They should have a right to life support kept on regardless of what happens. E.g., regardless of ability to pay. Also, right to die if they wish. Exactly. Annette Fisher, I follow German military channel. They have these problems too with YouTube and IG. Moral Blocks, I honestly think your channel would blow up if you made videos similar to Planar Walk, playing the video and then discussing your opinion in a short and sweet segment afterward with editing out pauses. Like I said, I'm a dumbass and I'm a caveman when it comes to technology. I guess you can't teach an old dog new tricks, or it's really hard to. And I am pretty old. You know, what I'm trying to do is find someone who will edit for the channel. So like take these live streams and break them up, you know, so to speak, or something like that. So yeah, but it's just that I just don't like editing. I really don't, because it feels really dishonest to me. Like I'm omitting something or I'm lying about something. It feels really, I don't know, it makes me feel shameful editing anything. Because it's like, because it calls into question, it's like, okay, why is there an edit here? What did they take out? Right? And that's immediately where my brain goes. So yeah, like I'm trying to get an editor here pretty soon. We'll see if it works out. I don't know. But here's the thing. I would have to pay them. I would have to pay somebody to edit, but the channel does not make anywhere near enough to pay for an editor. Nowhere near. Because the cheapest I found for a video editor was like $100 per video. And that was for 20 minutes of edited footage. But I can't afford that. Anyway, let's keep going.
Have sometimes what I call the capacity X view, where they say, in order to be a person, you have to have X capacity. And then we have to fill in what X is. Is it the ability to think complex thoughts, the ability to plan and look towards the future, the ability to feel pain, whether you understand it? Is it about continuity of an identity over time, or is it merely being alive and breathing?
Okay, so here's the problem. Any standard other than alive and breathing means that you're going to be murdering people unborn in the womb. Right? Any other standard he mentioned there. So
Yeah, that's okay. For people in the womb, yeah, it's okay. And for people who are outside of the womb, also, that can be okay in certain instances. Once again, if there is somebody who is in intensive care on life support, and the doctor says there's not a great chance of them coming back, and you have the option to pull the plug as their emergency contact, then yes, you absolutely can then terminate that life. And we don't think that's like an insane, crazy thing. They're the one paying the bills. They're the ones who are put in charge of their well-being. And so they should be able to make that choice. And many people do. And it's not an easy choice, but not every choice in the world is very easy. Let me give like a little personal meme for you, okay? Let me give you a personal meme. This is a personal meme. It's quite a personal.
You know what? I will give Sharko Zero. I will give him this because he is right now. It appears he's attempting to put some nuance on what he's saying. So he's attempting to expand the topic, right? Instead of keeping it simple and just trying to keep things nice, clear cut, and defined, he is allowing for extenuating circumstances. So I'll give him that much. He sounds like he's trying to be reasonable here. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like he's trying to be very reasonable. I like that. I don't agree with everything he says. Definitely not. And a lot of it sounds just absolutely like dishonest. Which, I mean, maybe he is, because look, you're not going to be doing streaming for, nobody does streaming. Nobody does content on YouTube, Twitch, whatever. Nobody wants to do it for free. They want to get something out of it, right? They want to get exposure, free advertisement. They want to go trending so that people will pay them to do more stuff they like. They want to get monetized on all these platforms. They want to make something from this and have an easier way to earn revenue to themselves. That's not a bad thing. Okay? Now, you can say someone's being dishonest or a grifter or they're a shill, whatever. That may or may not be true. And you may or may not agree. But the fact of the matter is that to do this stuff, you have to try and get something in return. Or otherwise, you're feeding your own time, attention, energy, and finances into a black hole. And nobody wants to do that. So, yeah.
I mean, okay. I talk about how I lost both of my grandmas, okay? It has happened. It is true. They are gone, unfortunately. One of them, on my grandmother on my mom's side, when she was starting to trail off and everything, when her time was coming, she she was put into like it was some brain function was starting to starting to drop. She was not able to continue having like a happy, healthy life and everything. She said specifically before that happened that if it came to the point where she had to have like a feeding tube put in and she would just be like kept around on like life support for a while and everything, she said, "Nah, I don't want any of that shit. Let me go. I do not want to sit in a hospital bed for an indefinite amount of time, just like rolling around, drooling and dying. All right. I don't want that to happen. Just let me go. All right." And my mom and her brothers and like some extended family had to come together when like the time came where the doctor said there's a low likelihood that we're going to really see her back in the capacity that you know her as. You have the option to pull the plug, or we were thinking about putting in a feeding tube, but it's up to you guys. And I remember specifically my mom and my uncle having a long call where he was like, "No, we have to keep her around. We have to give her the feeding tube. We have to keep her around. We can't just like let her go." But that's not what she wanted, right? And for some people who weren't even able to express like what they really wanted, and before even they have the ability to even understand that they could express a want, I think it's good to be able to make that decision there for whether or not they should be coming into the world in the first place. It's not an easy decision, but it's 100% a decision that I think that the people who are closest to that person, and I don't think you can get any closer than like growing inside of a person to be able to make that decision on your well-being for you, because that's the best thing that we could possibly do for you. You don't have like a want or a will yet. You barely even have a brain. And for a lot of those like fetal heartbeat builds, they don't even have a real heart. They have a proto heart. Even I feel like it's much better to, instead of having a life come in and then be snuffed out by something else, then gently be able to take care of that and say, we're not going to have you go through all of that. We're going to make this decision now to cut that here. It's not an easy decision. Nobody ever said it was easy. Nobody likes sitting next to your like loved one's like bedside and telling the doctor that it's time to take them off life support. And the same way, nobody likes sitting in the doctor's office saying that you're ready for your abortion. But once again, these are just as people, we have to make difficult decisions in life, and this is one of the difficult decisions that we're going to have to make.
Okay, I see where he's coming from, and you know what? I accept that. Okay, in this part, it's kind of hard to argue against it. It really is. Because he sounds like he's being reasonable, right? He's like, look, okay, this is going to be a tough decision, but it should be up to the people who are involved, right? So, yeah, definitely, most certainly. As an individualist absolutist, I agree with this. I do. But I still think that other people shouldn't be forced to go through that just because you believe that's how it should be, right? So, okay, I probably didn't say that in the way I meant it, but essentially that's why I'm all about states' rights, right? If a majority in a state votes a certain way and you're in that minority of the state, but there's a state over here where you won't be in the minority, move to that state, right? Move to that state so that you don't have to deal with it, right? To each their own, live and let live, okay? And that goes both ways, okay? Okay? If you're a conservative or a right winger who lives in freaking like California, and California consistently, the majority of California votes against you. Okay, get your butt up, get your stuff together, and go to a different state. Okay, it goes both ways. I'm not just saying if you're left, if you believe in anything on the left, that you should be forced out. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. But I am saying you have the option and the choice, and you have freedom of mobility in this country. If you don't want to live in a state where abortion's illegal, then move to a state where abortion is legal. It is not that hard. Usually what's keeping people back is comfort, convenience, and the unwillingness to do so. But those options exist. They do. But yeah, I'll give Shaco Zero this one though, because he's sounding very reasonable here. And I agree with what he's saying.
I'm probably going to have to go through it. We're all probably going to have to go through it. That's just like how life is, okay? So, and you know what I don't want in a person who has to like make that type of decision, or a person who's suffering through that? I don't want them to have to not only deal with like the moral and ethical and personal dealings with dealing with that issue, and the government. I don't think the government should have like a real say in this. Doctors seem to be able to do their jobs very well. And I see no reason that we should take that out of their hands and force the government to make a decision when they seem perfectly capable. And it seems like people already are disincentivized by the mere action itself to have them done. But yeah, that's just me. Heard the tragic story of Terry Schiavo? Yeah, like Terry Schiavo, he was like the husband to this chick, and she was like in a giga coma, and she was like but before she was in like the super double triple quadruple omega coma, she was like, don't keep me on life support, I just want to like get out of here, dog. And so he was like, sure, all right, babe. But then her parents were like, nah, fuck you, we're keeping her on life support. But then they had to go to the Supreme Court, and they said that he had the ability to pull the life support, and conservatives were like, I can't believe people are making decisions about their lives without me. I consent. Have you forgot to ask somebody? Oh, look, here he is.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. If someone made that decision for themselves, no one has the right to take that away from them. Nobody. Individualist, absolutist. All right, let me read the chat. All right, let me go up a bit. Nicodem, everybody's human no matter what. I already read that. Marvel Blocks, I honestly think your channel would blow up if you made videos similar to Planar Walk playing video. Oh, I already read that one. No running in my lobby. I prefer the uploads, live streams unedited. I think the channel and how you run things is great. Thank you. Marvel Blocks, Dan, dang. Marlbox, I agree, no running in my lobby, but most people prefer edited videos from my experience. Yeah, then again, most people don't have a very good attention span, unfortunately. They don't have that personal discipline. Negative, I like video with no edits. Annette Fisher, one of my decent humans, has donated 49.99 euro to the channel. Thank you very much, Annette Fisher. Even though YouTube's going to take like 70% of that now due to the updated terms of service for content creators. But Annette Fisher, thank you. Thank you. She's like the MVP when it comes to supporting the channel. Like, seriously. Oh, yeah, by the way, YouTube now takes something crazy like 70% of super chats. It's somewhere around there. So 70% of that $49.99 that Annette Fisher was incredibly awesome enough to give to the channel is going directly to YouTube. So yeah. Annette Fisher, can't do this every month. Still, I really appreciate it, Annette. I really do. It does help. It really does help. Jerry Novo, this is why if I start YouTube for some reason, I'll just say I wasn't in the military just so there's not boatloads of questions. Marvelbox, Annette, the superhero without a cape. Annette Fisher, Marvel, thanks. No running in my lobby. 20 United States dollars. I'll be here to keep the channel afloat for as long as it takes. It is extremely rare to see content that is as unedited and genuine as yours. Hell yes, I'll support it. I'll be sure to send more videos your way to react to. Thank you very much. Another one of my decent humans is trying to keep the channel alive and help me to find an editor. Jason D, awesome donation to Annette. Annette at Jason. Hey, Jason D, hope your day and night is going well. Annette Fisher, here is morning, still drinking my coffee. Annette Fisher, no running. That's cool. Jason D twice. I wish moving was that easy. Leaving family and friends behind is hard. Well, then all you got to do is convince those family and friends once you get there that it's a much better place to live. Or you'll figure out who your real family and friends are by who it is that will actually come to see you. Right? Annette Fisher, laugh out loud. Our Badger don't see it. Yeah, I wasn't looking at the chat for a while. The chat's like way over there. Jerry Novo, my grandfather went out on his own terms. He didn't want to bother anyone when he died. He just stayed up in the hills, survived off the land, and died. Once a Marine, always a Marine. Semper Fidele. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. I know the Marines' anthem by heart. All right, let's keep going.
So, discontinuity of identity. We have people who have conditions where they have discontinuity of identity. Can you murder them?
Okay, just so y'all know, though, here, I'll pull it up for you. Okay, so just so y'all know, down here in the description box, okay, there's two different choices, right? You can click the join button to become a member of the Decent Humans roster. It's $4 a month, and 100% of the membership goes to me. 100% of it, okay? Now, there's also CashApp and PayPal that are down below. CashApp and PayPal, 100% of it goes to me, okay? When you super chat, okay, around 70% of the super chats go to YouTube. They don't go to the content creator. So unless there's like, 100 plus people in here and they send me like 30 super chats, unfortunately, it doesn't do too much. So yeah, just so that y'all know exactly where to put it, right? Let's continue.
They have human value. How about thinking complex thoughts? If you ever met a small child, they don't think
Had the ability to are making decisions. Have you forgot to ask?
identity. Can you murder them? They have human value.
Have you forgot to ask somebody? Oh, look, here he is.
So, discontinuity of identity. We have people who have conditions where they have discontinuity of identity. Can you murder them? They have human value. How about thinking complex thoughts? If you ever met a small child, they don't think complex thoughts, or a person who is very elderly and maybe losing mental function. Honest to goodness, the standard.
I actually don't think that's true. I do not believe that children don't think complex thoughts. Compared, when we say complex thoughts, I'm sorry, complex thoughts aren't all algebra and trigonometry.
Let me read the chat real quick because I know some people probably didn't see that. No running in my lobby. I wouldn't mind sending donations through PayPal. There's just the risk of doxing. The 2 members gave you their address, so I'm not too worried about it. I wouldn't dox anyone. I don't care what someone else does to me. I'm not going to dox them. That's just plain evil, in my opinion. When you dox someone, you're basically trying to hand them a death sentence for bad people to go and do bad stuff to them. Okay, now I'm not worried about myself. Okay, I'm not worried about myself. I know my local law enforcement very well. I know my local border patrol very well. I know all of the important agencies in the area, and I even have ties to the local FBI office. I know people in the local FBI and NSA and other government organizations, okay, that are local to here where I live. I'm pretty tight with them. So I'm not worried about being swatted or being doxxed because a good amount of them are pretty close to me, right? I'm very good with them guys, okay? So yeah, but if you're worried about like somebody leaking your information from all my stuff, just use CashApp because CashApp will not give away anything about you unless the government asks for it, right? So use CashApp. And the CashApp is the same as the channel. It's BlastCapBadger, okay? But yeah, let's continue.
Complex thoughts can be honestly incredibly simple. Honestly, I would say 100% complex thought can even simply be knowing that you want somebody or being able to recognize when one thing is here and another thing is gone. Like those can easily be complex thoughts. Feelings are complex thoughts. I'm a complex thought. Yeah, thank you. I think I have a couple of complex thoughts in chat. Underestimating children, as always. Yeah, children are not like, I was gonna say they're not just animals, but even animals think complex thoughts. Truly. So that's not what he means.
Words that he is using here are completely applicable to people who are fully grown. You know, you find out when you think this thing through, it turns out that every standard other than being a human being with potential, other than
Has
being
Ben
a
heard about
species,
imagination?
Homo sapiens.
No, Ben Shapiro is unable to make anything creative. All right. Before anybody says he plays the violin, well, I'm sorry. Like I'm pretty sure my dog can be taught how to play the violin. Okay, that doesn't mean that he's capable of necessarily the same sort of like creativity. He can't like make a bunch of songs. You know what? I know for a fact he can't create art because before he was a shitty YouTube commentator, he did actually try to create art. He tried to write books and they were all garbage. And so that's why he's here, because he's a failed artist, just like everybody else at Daily Wire. Sorry. I mean, I don't know. Maybe to me, I don't know. I'm starting now that you put it that way, maybe Ben is incapable of complex thoughts.
Okay, how about you go and get a law degree? Okay, go get a law degree and then tell me all of this stuff, okay? Because when you practice law, you have to be very creative. You have to be incredibly creative because there is more that is up to interpretation of law than the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. It's way more up to interpretation than anything else. Way more. And you got to get creative. You have to, in order to win a case. You have to be more creative than the other dude or the other gal or whatever. But yeah, no running in my lobby. I trust you, Badger. It's just something that's happened in the past. Too many people, so I'm always careful about it. I understand. Me, I'm not scared of being doxxed. I'm not. Okay? If you pay attention to anything on my channel, I am very careful about how I describe myself and what things that I tell people about myself. Now, it's not me being dishonest. It's just that there's a lot that I choose not to reveal for privacy, right? And also so nobody can easily pin me down, so to speak. Okay. So like when it comes to like my military career, right? I leave a lot up to interpretation. I leave a great amount up to interpretation. I don't directly say, anything I used to do, but I hint at certain different things I might have done. See how that works? People can interpret that as misleading if they wish, but it's actually not, because I've signed NDAs that are legally binding to this day. So I have to be very careful anyway about how I speak about myself and what my experiences are, who I've been with, what I've done, all that kind of stuff. If it's not available for public disclosure, right? If it is not, even if it's unclassified, there's a lot of stuff that's technically unclassified I cannot even speak about. So I leave things very vague for a reason. That's why I'm not worried about it. Let me see. Annette Fisher, CashApp here in Germany. Dogs and violin. Add Marblock Stan. Ad hominem attacks. Yes, lots of those. Annette Fisher, Nicodem. Hey, Nicodem. Heyo, Annette Fisher. All right, let's continue.
Any other standard leads you to some pretty dark roads here.
And then there are complex questions about what happens for things that have the potential to have capacity X or had capacity X but lost it. So for example, a fetus doesn't have the ability, as early fetus, let's just say an embryo, just to make it very easy, an embryo before 14 days doesn't have the capacity to think deep thoughts about the future or have future orientation. I think that's pretty well accepted by everyone. But it certainly has the potential to do so, right?
Actually, I can make an argument that it does. You want to hear my argument that it does? You want to hear it? Here you go. At the micro level, okay, cells are taking actions deliberately to affect a future outcome. That means those cells have to have some capacity to think in a way we don't understand, to act in a way that we do understand. So who thinks I said something stupid there? Because I do, but it does make sense, right? Nicodem. Jerry Novo. Agreed, but can't say a lot of stuff. Then again, some people look at all the dumb stuff I do and still don't believe half the crap I do in the Marines. Yep. But yeah, who, give me your thoughts on what I said earlier, right? What I said earlier. Give me some thoughts on that.
And the question is that enough? What kind of theory of potentiality? Hydrogen and oxygen each have the potential together to become water. But does that mean that they are water? They have the metaphysical properties of water?
No,
Or
that's,
do we
that's
require
stupid.
more of a kind of potentiality? Something.
You're right. It is stupid. You're right. It is dumb. It's almost like we have this same idea that a lot of the times simply a potential is not the thing itself. You're so close, Ben. You're so close. So having hydrogen and oxygen, if you take hydrogen away, that doesn't mean you took away water, but you took away the potential for water. And is that enough? It's not. It's not. Hey, listen. This happens in law as well. You know, this happens.
Did anybody hear what I said much earlier? Did anybody hear that? Let me know in the chat real quick. Let me know in the chat if you heard what I said earlier. I believe it's at this point. Okay, so if somebody heard what I said much earlier about cells and cellular activity, what did y'all think of that? I'll give you a quick sec. Okay, so get in the chat. If you're not in the chat already, get in the chat. Let me know what your thoughts are on what I said, because I can make an argument. I can make an argument that cells actually can think to do an action that will lead to what they know is a future result of that action. So I'm gonna give you all like a minute tops. I gotta go pizzle real fast. Let me know what you think of that. Okay, I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. I'm still pizzling. Make sure you like and share the live stream. Okay, so what let's see. Let me see. Who has what to say about it? Annette Fisher, Jerry Novo, you're a brave man. Indeed. Nicodem, hey, cookie for everyone. Thank you for the cookie. Munch, munch. Jerry Novo, LMFAO, they can't believe the fool because they're too busy laughing at the fool. I guess. No running in my lobby. Yes, I heard. Greg Messick, I think you're saying something stupid because I can't understand it, but I'm half asleep too. I get you, my dude. I get you. As a fellow old man, all right, who's just a little bit older than I am, yeah, I get you. Mario Block Stand, it's almost like they were programmed to do that. So, what does programming enable something to do? Think about it. Annette Fisher, I'm tired too. Jerry Novo twice. Not brave, just stupid. I'm on night shift, so night's still young for me. Annette Fisher, not stupid. Stupid is who stupid does. That's it. Stupid is as stupid does. To do my so did anybody get what I said? Does anybody get what I said? Okay, think about brain development and like the development of the human brain at the simplistic level, right? Those cells have to carry out a function, but they can't just carry out that function without understanding of some kind. Right? So, that being said, what makes us think that we're thinking at all? Maybe we're programmed. Or you could do it in reverse. Maybe the reason why that we think and do the stuff we do is because we're programmed to do so. And that way, you can think of human beings as just cells at work. So think about it, okay? Think about it. Okay. A cell, okay, has some kind of driving force behind it that makes it carry out certain functions that the cell ultimately has to know will lead to something else. It has to know that to carry out the function, as all biological life must. We can call it instinctual, but that doesn't take away from the process that happens to create the driving force for us to do a certain action. So right now I am talking. For me, okay, for me to understand and carry out the function and the action of speech, there had to be programming that enabled me to be able to carry out the function as I develop to be able to speak. So you can literally argue from that chain of like simple logic that you can call a clump of cells that are developing with the potential to become a fully grown human being as human. And what is a human? A human is a person. All right. Marble blocks. And enable something to do certain tasks. What do you think it is that drives us to think? No running in my lobby. I said this, but I guess it didn't show up. Okay, I'm sure I'll see it at some point. Jerry Nevo, my stupidity keeps life interesting. It does. Stupid people are funny. Marble blocks. By whom? The Matrix. Annette Fisher. Jerry, I made a lot of stupid decisions in my life. Lost it nearly because of trusting the wrong men. Indeed. Marble blocks. Lobby said, I'm not sure. Cells are basically given orders by DNA on what to do and follow signals produced by your body. It can't plan for the future or make a decision the same way a human can. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. Otherwise, how would cells know? How would cells know to keep on replicating and how would cells know that they need to keep on regenerating? How would they know? How would we know that once we are harmed, like we're cut or wounded or broken somewhere, that we need to heal in order to be functional again? Right? No running in my lobby. YouTube chat doesn't like me. Marblock Stan, not top chat. Jerry Novo. Now, who's the brave one? Annette Fisher, hormones. All right. So yeah, give it some more thought. Basically, what do I only have top chat enabled, or what's the thing? Do I only have top chat enabled or something like that? I thought I allowed anyone and everyone to do stuff. Sort by newest. Okay, so yeah, I turned on newest chats first, not top chats. So that should open up some more doors. Okay, let's keep going.
Maybe Ben isn't capable of complex thoughts.
And the other standard leads you to some pretty dark roads here.
And then there are complex questions about what happens for things that have the potential to have capacity X or had capacity X but lost it. So for example, a fetus doesn't have the ability as early fetus, let's just say an embryo, just to make it very easy, an embryo before 14 days.
Okay, when we're talking about potential, okay. So if somebody has the potential to be a genius, but everybody decides that potential doesn't mean you should be allowed to become a genius, does that mean that we should not that we should like totally and completely not allow geniuses to go to school or skip a grade? Or what about even graduate? If potential is the limiting factor, right? And somebody has the potential to be a genius, does that mean we have to completely and totally withhold them entirely? Is that what that means? See how this can go? I chose newest chats so that I could see all the chats, essentially. Participants. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We only have 7 participants in the chat. That's the only thing I got from the drop-down menu. Greg Messick, why would you think of it as cells? If it was, we wouldn't need oxygen to go to outer space or underwater. We could breathe on our own. Well, my argument is that you can actually make an argument. You can make an argument. Okay. Wait, let me look at this. Okay, that should fix a lot right there. But yeah, my argument was you can make an argument that a clump of cells can be just as human in both function and technically thought as a fully developed human being. That was my argument. Because what are cells? What are cells? What is a cell at work, right? A cell has to have like just like we do, we have to have programming in order for our brains to even function. There has to be programming that allows for that. Cells are programmed. So does that mean they don't even think? When cells encounter something bad, they take a certain action, right? When other cells are harmed, other cells take their place because they know they have to do that, right? There's something that happens where they know and understand they have to perform a certain function to keep the continuation of existence towards a future. What do humans do? Right? There we go. That's what I said.
Doesn't have the capacity to think deep thoughts about the future or have future orientation. I think that's pretty well accepted by everyone. But it certainly has the potential to do so, right? And the question is that enough? What kind of theory of potentiality? You know, hydrogen and oxygen each have the potential together to become water. But does that mean that they are water? They have the metaphysical properties of water?
No, that's,
or do we
that's
require
stupid.
more of a kind of potentiality? Something.
You're right. It is stupid. You're right. It is dumb. It's almost like we have this same idea that a lot of the time simply a potential is not the thing itself. You're so close, Ben. You're so close. So having hydrogen and oxygen, if you take hydrogen away, that doesn't mean you took away water, but you took away the potential for water. And is that enough? It's not. Hey, listen, this happens in law as well. You know, this happens in law as well. You know, if you do something, like let's say you cause damages against somebody where you like damage their career in the sense that now they can no longer be able to make a possible amount of money in the future that's been taken away from them. That's what they allege as like the plaintiff, okay? It is incredibly difficult for you to prove that in court. You have an incredibly high bar for that sometimes. For you to be able to prove that, because it's really difficult to say, I would have gotten all of these things in the future, but this happened and so I didn't, and so I need damages for that. And even if the damages that you get are nowhere near the potential that you think that you could have had if that thing didn't happen. This happens all the time. So yeah, he's close. He admits it. He admits that he's wrong, but he's going to pretend that he's not.
But then you can get even more into the mud, right? And put this at different levels. But once you go into a levels-based argument, you're either going up a ladder or down a ladder. But then, okay, let's say you're arguing about movement on a ladder, and somebody says you can only go up or down. And then somebody else says, well, actually, you can hold on to the sides of a ladder and go sideways to the left. Or you can hold on to a ladder and go sideways to the right. And there's somebody else who can say, actually, you can climb a ladder backwards. See how this can get so incredibly complicated? See how that can go? Some people will call it dumb. Some will call it incredibly deep and thoughtful, and some will be like, whatever. That's where you're getting into the mud, essentially. So, yeah.
I guess. Yeah, he is also a law student. He should know about this.
Like in the natural course of things, you will become something.
Well, I mean, obviously the latter. That's like saying that sperm and egg, apart from one another, have the potential to become a human being. Apart from each other, they don't. Combined, they do. I mean, it's the latter, obviously. When you say potential human being, you mean this is a human being with potential, as Robert George says from Princeton.
Now, even if you think so,
Are you sure they can't? They don't have the potential to be alive? Really? Because I don't think that's true. I don't think it's true to say they don't have the potential to be alive. When you freeze sperm, 100%, you can 100% sue for damages, and you may even have a pretty decent case in court if you like freeze your sperm, but now you're no longer to create sperm. You're an unspermy boy. You've unspermed. And somebody goes into the sperm bank, finds the sperm with your name on it, and then chugs it, and then throws the bottle away, and then like laughs as they tap dance out of the sperm bank. If that happens, you can sue somebody for that, and for like for potential damages. That is true.
He said, "You're an unspermy boy." Oh man. Oh, my face hurts. Oh. Oh. He said, "You're an unspermy boy." I missed everything else he said. He said, "You're an unspermy boy." And I was just like, ow, ow, my cheeks, they hurt. He said, oh man. He said, "You're an unspermy boy." Oh shit. Oh damn. Uh my cheeks hurt. He said, "You're an unspermy boy." Oh shit. Oh, I don't know why, but that was hilarious. That was hilarious. And now he's talking about chugging sperm and stuff. So what? Are you a misogynist for saying women should chug sperm? Actually, I don't know if he actually said that. Correct me if he did.
But you wouldn't sue them for murder. There wouldn't be like a federal case for murder against that, because there is a potential that they took away from you. It's curious. Curious. Oh, my sperm gone. It's gone. My sperm. Paul Joseph Watson. Oh no. Oh no, man. What about horse semen? You know, the most expensive liquid on planet Earth, horse semen. What if I'm door dashing some like top-notch horse semen from one of the most accomplished thoroughbreds to ever live, but then fucking Vosh Video comes out of nowhere, intercepts my package, and then chugs it all in one gulp.
Vosh? He's throwing shade at Vosh? What? What? I would think this guy would be like agreeing with Vosh on everything. Huh, interesting.
I think I should be able to sue Vosh Video for damages. That's kind of fucked up. Soon every form of conception is going to be illegal, even pulling out. You gotta sit in there and let it drain. We can't keep getting away with it.
something is a person, that doesn't necessarily mean you've solved the abortion problem. So it's possible, although popular among philosophers, not so popular in the political press, to say fetuses are persons, and yet abortion is still legal and justified. How does that argument go? The suggestion is that there is a right of another entity that has overcome whatever interest the fetus has. And that is the right typically of the mother who is gestating the fetus. So the claim is, yes, a fetus is a person. Yes, abortion will cause the death of a person, but that doesn't mean that abortion is wrong, because the woman gestating the fetus has a right to stop that gestating, even if it'll result in the death of a person.
You can see why that might be popular among certain philosophers, but it's wildly unpopular with the American people, because it turns out.
Okay, so by his own logic, it's wrong. By his own logic, it's wrong. He literally just said as much. But let's see what everybody else says.
Now that is a horrifying.
It's actually not that true. Wait. Horrifying to the American people. Kansas votes to preserve abortion rights protections in its constitution. Not only just a law, in the legal fabric of the country, of the state itself. And it won 59-41. It won 60-40. That's wild. It's horrifying to the American people. Is it really? Is it really? Or once again, conservatives trying to pretend like they're in the middle of the country and the left is the ones that are way out there? And in all actuality, it's completely in the opposite. Completely in the opposite. Huh. It's curious how that works. It's curious how that works, but the only way that you can get your political ideology through is if you bastardize our political system to where even though that you're in the minority, you get the majority of votes and you're able to do whatever you want, even against the will of the people that you say that you support. It's wild how that works, isn't it?
Okay, so you are Shark 300 is admitting that it is unfair that the largest cities in the United States basically rule the United States by their majority vote. That's what he's saying here. He is calling the popular vote a bastardization. That's literally what he said. Okay, let's listen again.
Huh. It's curious how that works. It's curious how that works, but the only way that you can get your political ideology through is if you bastardize our political system to where even though that you're in the minority, you get the majority of votes and you're able to do whatever you want, even against the will of the people that you say that you support. It's wild how that works, isn't it?
He just said that, didn't he? He just said that. Even though we all know that the popular vote means that the largest cities in the country could rule the entire country. If we based everything on popular vote, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle, Washington, Chicago, New York City, just to name the big five, could rule the entire country based on popular vote. That's not including the 20 other, somewhat major cities. He literally just called that a bastardization. Huh. Interesting how that works.
Isn't it? It is truly wacky. It's insane. It's wild. Huh.
I agree, Shark 30. I agree.
Would you look at that? It's not crazy. It's a perfectly fine. And I'll do a little bit more explaining here for some people who haven't heard this position before. So any anti-forced birth person can very easily say, yo, a fetus is a person. It could even be a person from the moment that it's that it's conceived. That's possible. But in this country, we have rights, and we need rights and we need systems for when rights overlap, because rights overlap a lot. Remember the old saying, your rights end where another person's rights begin? Remember that. And in this case, the argument is the fetus 100% has a right to life and to not be terminated. And this is why if like you shoot like a pregnant lady in the belly, killing the fetus, that you can be charged for murder, even if she's on her way to like the abortion clinic. That's true. But it's not, your rights were not the ones that were being infringed upon for you to change things. You should be able to stop a baby, to stop a fetus from a person from using your flesh and your blood and affecting your body, even if that means that they die. It's the same thing with like Good Samaritan laws as well, and why we don't like those as well. You shouldn't have to put yourself in danger to save somebody else, even if you're the only one that can save them, even if you may not always put yourself in danger. You have no rights. You have no obligation to save anybody else legally, in which you can be punished for saving somebody else, even if you can. And while sometimes, yeah, that leads to bad situations where somebody just sits there sipping their Coors Light as somebody drowns to death, it's possible. It's the same way with the legal system. Once again, he's a lawyer. It's much better for a guilty person to go free when the law is something is broad and is hard to get to as beyond a shadow of a doubt. Do we believe that there are people who committed crimes but still weren't convicted of it because like the bar for you have to be convicted without a shadow of a doubt is too high? 100%, that's true. It's been true for as long as that's been a thing in this country. But as bad as that is, it's better for a guilty person to go free than for an innocent person to be rotting in jail or get the death penalty or something.
Actually, what I believe he's going to is, I think it's Blackstone's formulation, where it's like it's better that 10 guilty persons walk free than one innocent person suffer. I believe that's the one.
It's okay for that to happen, as unfortunate as it is, because we have to make compromises somewhere. And this compromise, as not fun as it is, the compromise is the fetus is allowed to have its right, but if the mother's is like, yo, I don't want a fucking goo ball growing in my tummy, they should be able to take it out. And if the baby dies, you can't really tell her to put it back in or keep it. It's not your body. It's unfortunate, but life is unfortunate. Welcome to being an adult. I don't know, sometimes I feel like a lot of conservatives are just genuinely shocked with the idea of having to be an adult, that you don't always get to have your cake and eat it too. You know what I mean? Weird.
And that's why I'm an individualist absolutist and I'm all about states' rights.
Argument that is, again, broadly applicable to situations beyond fetushood. When do my rights conquer your ability to live? I mean, throughout human history, by the way,
when you use my flesh and body to live. Is that an unrealistic standard? Is you forcibly require my flesh and my skin, my goddamn bones, okay, my blood to be circulating in your veins at a constant basis for almost a year? I think that seemed like a perfectly reasonable basis for me to be like, I'm getting out of here. Yeah, 100%.
Right multiple there. Societies where the dehumanization of other people has allowed people to argue for their mass murder.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
I'm not just talking about the Holocaust. I'm talking about throughout human history. That chain of thought, that this is a person with a...
Dude! Not wanting to die in childbirth is literally like the Holocaust. I am Jewish. Sure, bud. Sure, buddy. I don't know. I remember when this guy was talking about how there are so many bad Jews out there. I think I'm looking at one right now.
The right to life and my countervailing rights overcome that right to life. That is an argument with an extraordinarily ugly history. You know, the fact that
you know, I've heard the arguments for many bad reactors, myself included, but I think I'm looking at one. It's entirely subjective, my dude. But, you know, at least, you know, he's making whatever he believes and he feels and thinks known, right? I appreciate honesty. I do. Okay, and I can respect this individual for it. I really can. You know, I may not agree with everything he believes and thinks and feels and his opinions, most of which I don't agree with at all, but I can respect and accept that, you know, he's honest about who he is, what he believes, and what he thinks. Just like there's plenty of people on this on the channel who are actually in the live chat who, you know, they don't agree with everything I believe, and they don't think the same way I do. They don't have the same opinions. They don't feel the same way about stuff that I do. But they're on this channel because they accept and they respect how I think, feel, and believe. There we go.
That last argument is so ugly is why they spend so much time trying to say that this is not a person. Because if they admit that this is a person, that the person has rights, that a human being with potential is in fact a human being, then all the other arguments fall away pretty quickly. And they know this, which is why they never resort to this final argument. Again,
It's not true, and it's not true, and I wouldn't even consider that it's a final argument either. But whatever, I guess. This is about the end of the video. He's going to I was gonna say shill, but that's not the right word. He was going to promote his garbage shitty ass company some more. So I think that's it. That's all we got there. This is completely ridiculous. I hope that we've gone on to this. This is not a debunk of Bill Nye whatsoever. He did not shred Bill Nye. In his attempt to shred Bill Nye, all he did was,
which I agree. Ben Shapiro did not shred Bill Nye at all. All he did was all that Ben did was throw back what he thinks, feels, and believes, and then some little bit of like some little bit of you know, objectivity and subjectivity to it, a little bit, a very tiny bit. But that's basically what this guy did to Ben Shapiro as well. And that's what I'm doing to him, right? There we go.
was break all of his finger bones. It's stupid. It's goofy. The saddest part is he's too dumb to realize it. Thank you, Ben. Very cool.
And then, of course, he has to end it with an ad hominem, right? He has to end it with an ad hominem. So this is from Brandon Peters' request on Discord. Bill Nye shreds Ben Shapiro effortlessly. Shark30. Neither of them did that. Okay. Ben Shapiro did not shred Bill Nye. Bill Nye did not shred Ben Shapiro. Tucker Carlson and Bill Nye were just butting heads on stuff. And Shark3 Ozero, all he did was give his thoughts, feelings, and opinions on it. Right? He didn't provide anything beyond that, and neither did I. So there we go. There we go. All right, let me transition to just me. Let me read the chat. Jerry Novo 3 times. Everyone brave in their own way. You're brave. I'm brave. Badger's brave. Everyone in the chat is brave. There's different levels of bravery, I guess you could say. Please not talk of food, I beg you. Also, WTF did that man say? Something about chugging sperm and shit. He's talking about Vosh, apparently. He said as much in the video. Marble Block Stan. I would like to be known as the spermiest spermy boy in Spermy Town. All right. Jerry Novo, turn my back on the video for 1 second, and this happened. Marble Blocks, laughing out loud. Annette Fisher, Badger, give me your S. Only a joke. Well, Annette Fisher, if you are so inclined and you wish for that, I would happily provide. Brandon Peters, hi. Brandon Peters, I just woke up. What did I miss? You missed a lot, my dude. You missed a lot. Annette Fisher saying hi. Nicodem, pulling people broken, Nady the code. Okay. Brandon Peters, your rights end where mine begin. Period. End of story. I guess you could say that. Yeah. Uh, 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 uh. Whee. So yeah, to a certain degree, yes. If you are in some kind of place where rules and laws govern the land, and they're agreed to rules and laws, then absolutely. But if you're out in the wild, then it's survival of the fittest. The cleverest, the smartest, those are the best strategy. The toughest, the strongest. It all comes down to those, right? So it's not an end all be all, right? We all know that. Brennan Peters, okay, I'll say a fetus is a person, but that fetus doesn't have any more rights than the mother, especially since that fetus is using the mom's body to live. You can argue then that up until the age of 18, that's every child. Because a mother has to use her body, right? A mother has to use her body to provide for the children still. She has to get them dressed, get them to brush their teeth, wash themselves, get them to eat food. She has to make the food for them. We're going off traditional stuff, right? And she has to make the food for them. She has to clean up after them. She has to go through the mental stress in her own body of caring for the children, right? And that can keep on adding up on that stack, right? So then at what point do we make that defining line, right? And that's a valid question. I'm not trying to knock on you or nothing. I'm just throwing out like my questions of my own and tossing the ball into your court to come back for that, right? Another reason why I love Brennan Peters, because he always comes in and creates a basis or foundation for me to throw stuff on top of, right? I like having Brandon for that reason too. Marvel Block, stop calling him dumb. But I am dumb. No running in my lobby. Can we do my Mike Burnfire video now? We'll see. Marvel Block's Dan. Yep, so neither of them can kill each other, Brandon. Marvel Block's Dan, unless one is threatening the other. Brandon Peters. Getting an abortion isn't murder at Dan. You can argue it. You can argue it is. You can argue that it is. Because Brandon Peters, that is your subjective perception on the matter, right? That's your subjective perception on it. Just like it's my subjective perception that cells have the same capacity that human beings do, right? Jerry Novo, I agree. Mike Burnfire videos are great. Brandon Peters 3 times. Yep, at Dan. Food. Laugh out loud. No running in my lobby. I have 2 short videos from Mike Burnfire that would be great for the stream. Marvelux Dan. Negative. DY end of stream. It's not the end of the stream, no. Cool helmet in the background. I've actually got 2 helmets in the background. I don't know if you see the other one. I actually have 2 helmets in the background. And yeah, both are ballistic. They're both ballistic helmets. Brandon Peters, the horniest. Marl Blacks, I was talking about the dude calling Ben dumb. Yeah. Ed hominem helps nobody. Brandon Peters, I'd say that it's different than taking care of children, especially if the pregnancy is life-threatening or depending on how that pregnancy came about. Like that 10-year-old, for example, that's where the exceptions come in, right, Brandon? You and I agree that there are exceptions, right? We agree on that. We do. For me personally, I'm saying, look, when it comes to those exceptions, we have to go deeper into the mud for it, right? Because it becomes very muddy at that point. You and I agree on this. Jason D, I wish I had a good helmet. Don't know where to get them. Cry Precision, Ceradyne. Who else? Who else is there? Military Surplus. You can get some ballistics there. Who else? Who else can you get them from? I believe Surefire has some. And then who else? Who else? You can get bump helmets as well. If you just Google ballistic helmets, you'll find a lot of companies that sell helmets. Okay, plenty of them. Nicodem Cole, Brandon Peters. I'm the exception, so I get free donuts forever. There we go. Nicodem, I can make my own helmet anytime. But can you make a helmet that will stop 7.62 beyond 300 meters? Jason D, thanks at BlastCapBadger. Okay, let me check some stuff out. All right, so in the chat, okay, my members take priority. Okay, in the chat, members take priority, and super chats take priority when it comes to requests. All right, y'all know this, y'all understand this. Okay, so either members or super chats get priority, and then everybody else. Okay, everybody else, all right, get into the chat and put what you want to see. Okay, I'll give you like 2 minutes. I got a pizzle. Here, I'll do this. I'll put it in the chat. All right, there we go. I'll be back in a sec. I got a pizzle real bad. I got to walk a little bit because my butt hurts. I've been sitting down for 3 hours. That's too much for me. So, yeah, I'll be back in a sec. Listen to some cool music. And then, yeah, do what the chat says. Okay, so let's see who stayed, who left, and what the consensus will be. Okay, let me read the chat. Brandon Peters, let's watch the entire history of the Soviet Union arranged to the melody of Tetris. Let's in Discord. We'll see. Not running in my lobby. I would assume Annette and his request take in her request take priority first. Do you want any videos in it, or could we do my videos? Jerry Nova, I got a bunch of helmets if anyone wants some of the slightly used LMFAO. Dude, put them up for sale. Jason D, what kind? Nicodem, can't Quis? Can't Cayuse? Annette Fisher, no running in my lobby. I love the Field Army stuff, but you go for me. No running in my lobby. We can watch a Field Army video first and then my videos if that's okay. Annette Fisher, no running in my lobby. Nice. No running in my lobby. All right, it's a grade on the order of our request, Badger. Brendan Peters, this music reminds me of Doom. In other words, bloody awesome. No running in my lobby. And that's Field Army video and then my Mike Burnfire videos. Nicodem, what's the name of this music? The name of the music is, here, I'll put it in the Discord chat. I mean, I'll put it in the chat. There you go. There's your answer, Nicodem. Annette Fisher, Fail Army, People Having a Bad Day, Part 3. Let me look it up. I'll copy that. Jerry Nova twice. Riot, Ballistic, Cosplay, or all of the above. Why do I feel like I'm in a 70s action movie with this music? For all you know, I was born in the 70s. For all you know, I was born in the 70s. Annette Fisher, cosplay as what? Cowboy? Brandon Peters, I'd love to be in the 70s action movie or an 80s one. Jason D, I'm interested in Ballistic. Would you be interested in trading silver coins or just cash? Annette Fisher, cool disco song, closed mustache. Jerry Novo, Halo ODST, Warhammer 40K, Gear of War, and I think I still have Star Wars unless my nephew took it. Mario Blocks, BlastCapBadger, Heesh. Jason D, so there's a ballistic helmet and gas mask combo. Brandon Peters, laugh out loud. Annette Fisher, don't judge me, love The Sims. Jerry Novo, again, which type of ballistic? Nicodem, my Discord is broken. Brandon Peters, actually, Doom Slayer in a 70s action movie would be awesome. Yes, it would. Actually, the original Doom came out in like, I believe the original Doom was developed in like 78, I want to say. The original concept for Doom was 78, I think. And then I think 86 was when it was brought back into the company. And then they started to actually develop the game to put onto the original PCs as a playable game. Any shoe. I'm gonna bring up Annette's stuffs. So yeah, put that there, paste it. Okay. I gotta add this to the live stream though, otherwise I'll get in trouble. So let me do that. Annette Fisher request. Fail Army. People having a bad day. Paste that. Get the link so people can look it up for themselves and believe I'm not bull crapping them. paste it. Blank. It is now pasted. No running in my lobby. Just put them in the Discord, but private message them to me on Discord so I could just bring them up, and I don't have to search for them. Nicodem, Doom Eternal, End Anymore, Crossing, Calm out of the same day. And F. Fisher, I played Doom 3, but I have to stop. Graphic gets me dizzy. Understandable. No running in my lobby. I'll post a link to my request once in this video is about to finish. No running in my lobby or now if you want. Jerry Novo, I even made a ballistic deathcore creep. Wanted to make it authentic. Don't judge me. LOL. That sounds pretty cool. Brandon Peters, or at least in the style of the 70s. Music and insane action, or maybe I'm thinking of the 80s action. Chuck Norris versus Doomslayer. That'd be hilarious to see. That'd be hilarious to see. All right, so this is from Annette Fisher. For the rest of the Discord, for the rest of the quests. So this is Fail Army. People having a bad day. Fun and Fails compilation part 3. So yeah. You're about to make me cringe, aren't you? Hooey. Y'all, hey, who wants to hear a cadence about Chuck Norris that we used to use back in the day for the Army? Who wants to hear that cadence? You let me know in the chat. Hot damn, how many of these have I had? I gotta look real quick. Give me a schmeck. All right, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. I think that's 32. Yeah, that's 32. 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. Okay. I can still concentrate. I've had 39 shots of 100% Everclear shots. So I've had 39 shots of Everclear. So yeah. No wonder why I'm feeling woozy. All right, so Brandon Peters, Charlotte Harriet Badger, Jerry Novo except Bruce Lee, Annette Fisher, only Chuck Norris can kill Chuck Norris. Nicodem, I Nicodem, I want to make a good helmet. Unity, make prototype and test it at this shooting range. Okay. Brandon Peters, Laugh Out Loud. Jerry Novo, hoorah, I love cadence, but only when I'm running. Annette Fisher, Laugh Out Loud. Bruce. Nicodem, I want to hear it. Jerry Novo, I don't like how the Army lets you sing cadences while effing walking. Well, it's to keep everybody in step. That's why. Annette Fisher, Badger 49, please be careful. Did I say 39 or 49? Did I say 39 or 49? Somebody let me know. All right, so it sounds like y'all want to hear the cadence. Okay, so it goes like this. I saw the bearded ninja. He's standing on a hill. His name was Chuck Norris. It's me he wants to kill. Chuck Norris. Roundhouse kick. If you do crime in Texas, you'll find your life in danger. Chuck Norris has a second job. He's Walker, Texas Ranger. Chuck Norris. Roundhouse kick. There you go. There you go. And basically that cadence is based off of Blue Falcon and Airborne Ranger. That's what it's based off of. So they go like this. They go like so in the army, a Blue Falcon is a dude that basically like screws over his battle buddies or her battle buddies. So this is the song it's based off of. It goes like this. It goes it's been forever since I've done cadence. But it goes like this. It goes I'm sitting in my foxhole. I'm sharpening my knife. There comes the enemy. I ran for my life. Blue Falcon. Blue Falcon, fly away. What's the other one? My buddy's in his foxhole. A bullet in his head. You're supposed to shoot the enemy. But I shot him instead. Blue Falcon, Blue Falcon, fly away. And at the same time, that same cadence comes from Airborne Ranger. Okay. Or actually it's not Airborne Ranger. That's a different one. That's a running cadence. It's I'm sitting in my foxhole. I'm sharpening my knife. Then out pops the enemy. I had to take his life. Airborne Ranger. My buddy's in his foxhole. A bullet in his head. No, wait. It goes, my buddy's in his foxhole. A bullet in his head. The medic said he's wounded. But I know that he's dead. Airborne Rangers lead the way. All three of those cadences come from the same rhythm. They're all marching cadences. Anyway, let me read the chat. Jerry Novo, Annette Fisher, Badger 49, please be careful. Did I say 49 or 39? I think I said 39. I think. Negative, my first game was M1 Garand. Brandon Peters, the only reason for keeping in step is for marching, which is somewhat old-fashioned, mostly for parades. Well, yeah, but it's also to maintain discipline and a spirit de corps. You probably wouldn't understand that unless you've been in the military. Brandon Peters, this song is rather funny. Also, Chuck wasn't very stealthy if he was seen on a hill. Blue Falcon, left without dang. Jerry Nova, I love the effed up cadences, but get in trouble for that. It's stupid. It's stupid. Brandon Peters, did you hear what the FBI is doing? Yeah, and it's stupid. It's effed up. And, you know, the FBI is now purely Democrat. Now the FBI is my enemy. How can I see them otherwise? I love my buddies that are in the FBI, but as an organization, the FBI sounds like an enemy to me. Annette Fisher. Oh, Badger. Jerry Novo twice. You know what? I don't know what I've been told. Eskimo SE mighty cold. Or napalm stick to kids, stick to the belly, sticks to their ribs. That's another one. Napalm sticks to kids. That's why we drop it on villages. See little Timmy playing in a puddle. Drop in some napalm and watch him bubble. Napalm sticks to kids. That's why we dropped it on villages. And it gets worse from there. It gets way worse from there. Then again, it's the military. It's not regular life. So get over yourselves, you pansies. Annette Fisher, Badger, I admire you now, but please play a video. I will. Brandon Peters, original Empire cadence. We might all look the same, but we're cut you down in a different way. Okay, Jerry Nova. Oh, I love the ones where it says 1 went to Vietnam, 2 killed some Viet Cong, 3 smoked a lot of grass, 4 effed a lot of that. We have that one in the Army as well. Brandon Peters, love that. Oh, because you'd say that. Nicodem, my grandfather was in the Army. All right, let's play the video, shall we? This is from Annette Fisher, as a request. Let's go. Oh, wait a minute. I know where that is. I know where this is. I know where this is. Dude. This is in Georgia. This is at Fort Benning, Georgia. Boom! This is in Fort Benning. This is Georgia, my dudes. What? What's the chances of me seeing a Fail Army video That's right next to an army base. Actually, this is on the army base. Right back here, like about 200 meters is a fence where they do like the roll training for AIT for U.S. Army infantry. Boom! Boom! What? That is lucky.
Oh!
You dummy. You fucked it all up.
You got to pay tax. You got to pay tax. Okay. You got a clue. Oh my God.
What is that? What the hell is that? Is that a Jabberwocky? Is that what I'm looking at? Am I looking at the Jabberwocky? What the actual fug? Okay, I'm too dunked for this. Okay, going back to this one. Going back to this one. Woo! I don't know what the hell that is, but I'm just going to say it's a Jabberwocky. It's a Jabberwock. Look this up, okay? Look this up, okay? Jabberwocky. Look that up, and it should tell you everything you need to know. Okay, for this dude, okay, these motors have actual blades under the water. So if you fell at a certain angle and you got hit with the blades, they would cut you so deep they would sever all the way to the bone. This dude is a dumbass. Oh, I get what happened here. I get what happened here. Wait a minute. This looks like my downtown. This looks like my downtown. You got the parking space for the event center. You got the Wells Fargo building. And this right here is the arts building. This looks exactly like my downtown where I currently live. I think this actually happened. There was like so what happened was they passed over the infrastructure bill like I think like a year and a half before this, and then there was something that happened after a flood. We had a huge flood because we had so much rainwater that downtown couldn't handle it. And downtown is at a lower elevation than I am. And there was like major traffic problems. They closed down like parts of downtown for like 4 or 5 months. So yeah. Yeah. This looks like something that happened near me actually. This is in a third world country, so it's not so much a fail as much as it's a everyday part of real life in a third world country.
Oh, she's still clenching her. Oh, she wildin'. And she trying to put her shit back.
Just more proof that women cannot drive. Apparently. I'm not saying that myself, but just more proof to add to the argument, right?
And she gonna spin off too. Like, oh, nah, that's up.
That dog was like, hey, you make a nice fire hydrant. That looks like a 1-ton block right there. That's what that looks like. And this looks like it's in like Australia. The trees look like they're Australian. Oh no, that Evo. They were hot rodding too hard and they couldn't handle the speed. Whatever, they deserved it.
Hey, would you tell these guys about the monster that scared you?
Oh, that gorilla?
Yeah.
Oh, that was that scared me. I was sitting right where you was sitting there. I mean, I was just one that dude came out.
They got him. Got him. Hey, I got the same sweater he does.
Yeah, catfish, catfish, catfish. Oh,
She's doing her little YouTube dance lame-o video where it's like, and she's like, give me attention. And then a dude catches her and she's like, why are you looking, dude? Whatever. GTFO. GTFO, ho. All I gotta say is dumb ass. That's all I gotta say.
Guys, I'm really in trouble. Look at the whole golf cart. The roof just got put back on. I don't know what to do. Like it was an accident.
If a dude said it was an accident, he'd have to pay damages. But if a girl says it's an accident, it's like, oh, honey, it's fine. It's whatever. Kid gloves. Aww. Always make sure the emergency brake is on. The dude was like, pay attention. You dumbass. You dumbass. You're supposed to pour gasoline on it, light it on fire, and walk away. You're supposed to pour gasoline on it, light it on fire, and walk away. So they all burn themselves trying to return to the freaking hive. You know? Like that, you know? Like, you never seen that? Whatever.
I'm coming.
I'm gonna say, she got some nice legs there, you know what I'm saying? She got some nice legs. But at the second time, I'm like, oh, the inspector didn't do his job. But at the same time, I'm like, hey, nice legs. Hey, rate the legs from 1 to 10. Do it. Go ahead. Rate the legs from 1 to 10. So 1 to 10 legs. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Women and men. All right, my dude. You didn't miss the legs. They're right there. They're right there. Rate them from 1 to 10. All right. Give me a sec. I got a pizzle. Whee. All right. I've officially had 40 shots of Everclear. In the past, I don't know how long, but I've had 40 shots of Everclear. Okay. F with me. But yeah, the legs are right here. Rate them from 1 to 10. I got a pizzle real bad. I have to pizzle real bad. I'll be back. Give me a little bit. Rate them. Hey, look, I say 10 out of 10. So there you go. Woo. 'Cause I hate my job and I hate my life. And if it wasn't for my kid, I hate my ex-wife. I struggle to move on. I'm trying to start again, but I just can't get over her leaving me for him. And I will take a shot, and I threw away my ring, and I hate everything. Cause I'd hate a job, and I'd hate my life. And if it weren't for my kid, I'd hate my ex-wife. I struggle to move on. I try to start again, but I just can't get over her leaving me for him. And then I'll take a shot, and I threw away my ring. Said I'd hate everything. Okay. Let me look at the chat. Let me look at the chat. Annette Fisher, sinkhole. Nicodem, what happened here? Jerry Noah, the great majestic bus erected itself to find a mate. Brandon Peters, Jabberwocky by Lewis Carroll is pretty cool. That's a song, not a thing. Annette Fisher, hey, I'm a good driver. Jerry Novo, agree. Most accidents I have on are women related. Brandon Peters, 1 ton block. Nicodem, Brandon Peters, Australian trees. Be careful, they'll kill you if given the chance, they will. Annette Fisher, TikTok. Jerry Noah, remembering effing with the privates by throwing a dead grenade next to him. My dudes are always too trained, so I don't have to freaking worry. Brandon Peters 3 times. Special driver, put on the brake always. You dumb man, you smoking fire. Annette Fisher, in Germany it's forbidden to kill bees. Annette Fisher, nice but stupid. Jerry Novo, not shit, why? Annette Fisher, when I was 16, I don't know what that means. Nicodem, no. Annette Fisher, go to bed, Badger. No. I refuse. 99999. Brandon Peters. Oh, got ya. Still 7. Hey, I would say 10 out of 10 for me. Jerry Novo, don't go to bed. I'd be, would be. I would be, would be. I don't know what you're trying to say there, dude. Board the whole shift. Whole shift? Are you digging like your grave or something? No running in my lobby. I'd say maybe a 7 or 8. Annette Fisher, Badger, don't want you to be father of my child anymore. Alcohol made bad stuff. Annette Fisher, alcohol made bad what? I don't get what that's supposed to say. But look, all right, when I'm, if I'm healthy and everything, and you want a donor, I'd happily do so. No running in my lobby. At this point, I think we'll just have to do the Mike Burn Fire videos next stream. I guess we'll see. Jerry Novo, having a bad shift to begin with. Brad Beers, Badger, have you read the movie riff I sent you the other day? Send it to me in a private message again. Okay, please. I know I keep missing it. I remember it. Brandon Peters, laugh aloud. Badger's drunk. Stupid Badgur. Annette Fisher. I know shifts can be boring. Jerry Novo. Not boring, just Shy's had piss all over me in the back of my squad car. That sucks. Brandon Peters twice. Badger singing cool. Lewis Carroll's a poet. Laugh out loud, Badger. Let me, yeah. Annette Fisher, Badger will remember you, donor. Annette Fisher, look, okay. I just look for some weird fucking reason. I just want more kids to have my lineage. You know what I'm saying? I want more kids to have like my bloodline. And I don't know why. Because my bloodline is pretty bad. It's pretty shit. As far back as I can trace it, which is like 2,000 years with my bloodline, everybody has been every male has been a warrior or a soldier of some kind and has died because of it. Now, granted, they got to procreate, but at the same time, it's like, you know, I don't wish that for my son. So, you know, I would wish for my son to have kids first, and then go off to be a warrior and a soldier. So yeah. Brandon Peters. There you go. Annette Fisher, when you send me, I'll do it. Brandon Peters. Oh yeah. Also, I sent you a Buttermilk Bob video. Totally cringe. Okay. And back to Annette Fisher. Annette Fisher, I would say, figure out what the process is to send it to you first. That would be the most important part. So that there's something to go off of, I think. Something like that. So yeah. Brandon Peters, that reminds me of Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan, you have new legs. So, they even gave a retard the Medal of Honor. That must be Lieutenant Dan. Jedi, why don't you love me? Well, Forrest, we all know why Jenny didn't love you. That's because Jenny was a hoe. Facts. All right, let's continue. So, for me personally, I give these a 10 out of 10.
Sure. Ah!
Scheiße!
En fait, ce système.
Dumbass!
You all right?
Yeah, right. You okay? You're gonna survive. You'll be okay. Just brush it off. Brush it off, and we'll just put a bag over your head. He did that while carrying a kegger. He did that while carrying a kegger. The fuck? The Fugi's room with him. He did that while carrying a kegger. He has a kegger. Dumbers.
I tried to make tzatziki, but it got a little out of hand. Oh my god.
Actually, what's the big problem? You just made a mess, right? You didn't cut anything. You didn't break anything, right? So just clean it the freaking hell up. Just clean it the frick up. Just be wiping it. Just be wiping it. Just be wiping. That's all you gotta be doing. That's all you gotta do. It's all you gotta do. You are able to do it. The kid was sitting there biting their foot, and she was like, "Ew!" And they were like, "Ah!" That was a garden snake. There's no major danger from a garden snake. They can bite you all day, and they're not gonna poison you. But if it's look, okay. Okay, that's just a garden snake, okay? It's not gonna poison you. Red and black, friend of Jack. Red and yellow, kills a fellow. Okay? So yeah, that's how that works. Okay? Yeah. Was she wearing a wig? What? Ooh, she flopped so hard. Oh, that shit hurts. That shit hurts. I've done aerial insertions where I misjudged the distance and I flopped doing at least like 30 miles plus per hour and just, man. And I'm like, oh,
Oh my God. No, 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 no. Oh no. What the hell? No.
Me and my brother just hear this crunch. These dumbasses just backed into a car. Look. Oh no. Oh, let's get the out of here. Watch this. I bet you they take off. I'm gonna stand right here till they do. Watch. Look. 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 He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. All right. Let's do it, guys. See if he crunches it even more. Oh. Look at that. Oh, gnarly, dude. Oh, oh my God. This is great. Look at him. Oh, dude. Stop it, truck. I can't hear. Oh my God. Oh, dude, he's going to hit it even more. Oh, man. That guy is not going to have a job in about 2 minutes.
Facts. It's what you get for letting yourself go so far. It's what you get for letting yourself go so far. That's a goose. That's a Canadian goose. And they will fuck you up. They will fuck you up. All right? You want to mess with a Canadian goose? Be my guest. Be my guest. That's a Canadian goose. They will fuck you up. Don't mess with a Canadian goose.
Now see what happens. Woo.
Not really good.
No. Oh, she's in heels too. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, I got it. I got it.
Oh! Are you okay? Are you okay? I'm so sorry.
Look at that murder. Oh,
You absolute dumbasses. You absolute dumbasses. You arse. You arse. You all went to one part of the boat and you didn't think about the other side being lighter. Fucking retards.
Yelling. She can tell by my voice and my fucking demeanor that I'm angry. I can't handle this.
Everything is wet!
Oh, he's gonna spill all of it. All of it. Dude, I'm a former skater myself. You can't freaking do that. You can't be like, shut up! Shut the up! Ah! I get hurt because I did something that has risk. No, shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Stop. I want ice cream. 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 I want ice cream.
Okay. You being on your time, okay, does not excuse you being an arsehole to everybody else. That's not how it works. It's not at all how it works. You scazy cunt. All right, there we go. There we go. So, people having a bad day. Funny Fails compilation part 3. From Fail Army. From Fail Army. There you go. There you go. There you go. All right, then. All right. So, we got another one coming. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. I got more drink. I got more drink. I have a lot of drink. I have so much drink. Thanks to my better buddies and my sisters. They be bringing me. They bring me everything. They got me so many drink that I can drink more. So, that being said, make sure you like and share. The only way that the channel gets more people is because you share. So, share me with everybody that likes to watch a complete and total return. Everybody, all right? Go ahead and share the live stream. Share the live stream with everybody. And tell them there's a dumbass that I love to watch that's doing the stupidest things possible. And then tell them it's funny. So share it, like it, and then put it everywhere. Tag it with all the things. And then I'll be back in about a minute. In about a minute, I'm getting more drink. I'm getting a lot more drink. So yeah, if you want to stay and you want to be here still, then share the live stream everywhere. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Parler, everywhere. Everywhere. Share it. All right. You've got like 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes to share it everywhere. And then I'll be back. I got a pistol myself real fast. I've got to do the man thing and leak. So that being said, I'll be back in a minute. Don't go anywhere. All right. Go ahead and share it with everybody. Tell them get in here and talk shit. You know how it be. You know how it be. I'll be back in about 2 minutes top. I'll be back. All right, let's see who has stayed and who has left. Let's see who has stayed and who's left. Let's see who has stayed and who's left. Let's see. So, who is still here? Sound off in the comments in the chat section thingy. So yeah, Gurev Maragov. Look up what that means. Look at what that means. It's a pretty profound saying in my family. All right. Let me read the chat real fast before I do the other things. All right, Brandon Peters. Laughing out, Badger's drunk. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. It's so glorious. I enjoy it so much. And guess what? I still have 40 of these. I still have 40 more shots, Everclear. I still have so much more to get through. Oh, can you shove it? Piss off. Piss off, all of you. No. Why? Just why? Why? Even though I've made myself perfectly fucking clear, I don't want any more hoes. I don't want any more thoughts. I don't want any more, strictly horny females. I've made this clear. And yet, on my Instagram, I get so many that message me and say, hey, big daddy, or hey, handsome, or hey, sexy. And I'm like, no. I say no. Begone, thought. But no, they keep on coming to me, and I don't know. Look, okay, I've tried to keep them away. I've tried to tell them no, and they're like, and I'm like, fuck off. Seriously, fuck off. If you're a thought or a hoe, fuck off. And I tell them that as much every time, but they keep coming back. I don't know why. All right. Brendan Peters. There you go. Annette Fisher. When you send me, I'll do it. Brendan Peters. Oh, yeah. I also sent you a Butter McBall video. Totally cringe. That reminds me about Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan got no legs. Jared Noble. Badger buddy, I don't think Annette is talking, just donating sperm. Well, whichever way it has to happen, you know. Don't you know? Marblock Stan, I tried to cut out some parts of the 1 minute clip of the video you uploaded to see how it turned out. Post it in the Discord. Marblocks, do me a favor and cut them all out and then post them. But post them where it makes sense, where there's reason and logic. Look at them go on with video. Annette Fisher, only ASP, Badger and I are told to miss. Indeed. Brendan Peters twice. Well, time to get a soap and water. Brendan Peters, I would have funny kids. Annette Fisher, I hate snakes. Brendan Peters twice. Black and yellow, kill a fellow. Oh, yeah, red and yellow. Annette Fisher, no wedding night. Brendan Peters, 4 times. A belly flop and it hurts. Hit and run. Love that you guys spread out the weight. Ice cream. Annette Fisher, no trousers. Marblocks, Lamau. And then Fisher, Black Friday. Marblocks done. Hello, Brennan Pierce, Badger incoming. No, I'm in the lobby. I'm still here. Surprise. Nicodem, I'm still here. Brennan Pierce, Badger does good accents. I'm not tired, so let's do this. Thoughts, slow load. Marblocks then. Instagram. Brennan Pierce. Badger, will you take Strictly Horny Melden? Who says I haven't? Back when I was bi-curious. Marblocks done. Okay. All right, so I gotta honor these. So who said what in the who now? Who messaged me shit? Who the fuck is Gooblery Coo? Who the fuck is that? Who is this? Wait, Mike Burnfire. Mike Burnfire. Who said what about Mike Burnfire? Who said what about Mike Burnfire? Who the fuck said what about Mike Burnfire? R instead of R. Oh, it's not running my lobby. Don't run my lobby. I got you, my dude. I got you. Let me pull it up first. Why it pulls it up on this fucking screen, I have no fucking idea. Because it's fucking stupid. Any Jew. Let me add it to the live stream. Let me add to the live stream as another entry. So, no running. In my lobby. And / Mikey. It's all lowercase. That's not fair. Mikey Burn Fire. Sounds like a simplistic caveman way to fucking do shit. Mikey Burn Fire. Made to a stories compilation. And I need to get a link. Where's the link at? All right, I need to get a link. All right, got a link. I'm gonna paste it there, and then we'll be good. All right then. Any Jew. I've had a live stream. We're gonna watch it, and I'm not gonna be detracting from it. I hope. I got a whole bag. Got a whole bag of the spirits. So, that being said, this is from my No Rhyme in Lobby. Mystery Stories compilation from Mike Burnfire. So, you ready? I don't care if you're ready. Let's fucking go. The fuck? All right, let's go.
We can sing some cadence along the way.
No, shut up! I hate cadence.
Yeah, I really hate cadence.
Left, right, low, right.
Oh my god, shut up.
Left, right,
okay,
low, right.
Shut up. I will admit that the Marines have a better cadence system in that they only do cadence when they're like running for like PT.
You think so?
They don't do like other dumb cadences while you're just marching to places.
That depends on where you go.
The Army does cadence all the time. All of the time. Anytime you march somewhere, you're doing cadence, which is stupid because you end up with some of the dumbest cadences ever that people come up with off the top of their head, like Pebbles and Bam Bam on a Friday night trying to get to heaven on a paper kite. And it's like, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? And then you get other people that are super, super motivated to do dumbass cadences about airborne rangers. And I'm like, we're in a support unit. Not a single one of us is an airborne ranger. None of us will be airborne rangers. Stop with the cadence. It's stupid. C-130 rolling down the strip, airborne rangers on a one-way trip. None of us are airborne rangers. None of us are ever going to do dangerous missions like that. I swear to God, next person to do a cadence like that, I'm going to put you on a C-130, and then I'm going to Oh, Jesus. So what's the most bored you've ever...
Hey, I dare you to put me on a C-130 with just a chute and no compass, no light, no gear. There you go. If you could put me on a C-130 with no compass, no gear, no light, nothing, and just a chute, I'm gonna make you eat that fucking chute when I bring it back to you, son.
For Ben. I know it's asking you to search your entire military career and try and find especially boring.
Yeah.
Why don't you go first? You tell me what's the most bored you've ever been first.
Man, I don't know. There's like it was a time where we had nothing to do for like 3 days, so we just stacked plastic bottles and threw rocks at them for the entirety of those 3 days, and that was it. That was all we did for like 3 days.
That is pretty bored. But yeah, there was one night where we were sitting out there and we took something similar to what you did, where we just took like a can, like an empty SpaghettiOs can, and put it on the curb. We were just pitching rocks at it to try and knock it over.
It's pretty much all you can do when you got nothing to do. You just target practice.
Yeah, just do that. And then we got yelled at for doing that.
Well, it's because you're in the military and you get yelled at for everything.
Yeah.
False. 41. Right here. You know what we were doing? I'm sure people want to know what we were doing. In the majority of my career as a grunt, right? A lot of people are curious. They ask me all these questions. They're like, "Oh, Badger, did you Tango Charlie somebody? Badger, how many bodies do you have? Badger, what were their missions like? Badger, how was it to face off against this, that, or the other thing? Badger, how was it like when you exchanged fire with Russian military? Badger, how was it for you against ISIS? Badger, how was it for you to fight against terrorists? Badger, how was it for you to fight the cartel? Blah, 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 blah." You know what they never do ask? What did I do when I had nothing else to do? That's what they don't ask. They don't ask me about the other parts of my career, right? They don't ask me about, everything else. They only ask me about the stuff that sounds cool to them, okay? Like it's a fucking game. They never ask me about that. Never. Nobody does. They always ask me, what's the body count? What's the round count? What's the engagement count? What is the mission count, right? But they don't ask me shit about what's going on besides that. They don't seem to care. So, you know what? I'm going to tell you something that nobody asks about. Anywhere between 60 to 80% of my time was training. Okay? It was training. Training. So, out of 12 hours in your day, just imagine that you're spending out of those 24 hours in a day. Out of 24 hours in a day, you're spending at least 18 hours. 18 hours out of a 24-hour day training. You're shooting. You're manipulating a weapon. You're doing medical. You're doing reactions to scenario, right? You're fighting against inanimate targets with your team. You're going over your weapons loadout. You're going over your medical loadout. You're going over your gear. You're going over your PPE is what you're going over. You're doing everything else except trying to engage yourself with another human who's trying to kill you. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. 18 hours out of 24. You're training. You're training. You're training with your peers, your battle buddies, your brothers and sisters in arms. You're even training with your FET team, your female engagement team, where they're the ones where if you're operating in certain places in the world, you're operating in certain places, then you're training with your female engagement team so that they know what to do, right? And they know what to expect. And you're training them on their loadout, their weapon, their ammunition, their actions on objective, their actions upon an ambush. You're training with them. You're doing training. That's all you do. That's everything. And then the rest of that time is taken up in the 6 to 9 months that you're away. And that nobody can talk to you. Nobody knows what you're doing. And nobody even knows who you are. So yeah. The vast majority of the time, we're not bored. We're not bored. Because all the time we do not have to ourselves. All the time we don't have to ourselves is training or combat. That's all. That is all. That's all we got. Let's continue.
And then people wondered why I smoked seriously a pack and a half of cigarettes a day. I used to have a grenade launcher.
You didn't have any grenades for it though, did you?
No, I mean while I was in the military, I was issued a grenade launcher.
You ever fire a grenade launcher?
Yes, a lot.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have. A lot.
How many grenades have you thrown?
Hand grenades?
Yeah.
Only 2, but 40-millimeter grenades, a lot of them.
Why would you, working in the armory, an enclosed space, be issued a grenade launcher?
Because, so we got 6 new grenade launchers into our company, and they called me, and they said, hey, come down to the arms room and install these grenade launchers. I said, what M16s am I putting these grenade launchers on? And they said, pick 6 of them. And I went, seriously, any 6? And they said, yeah, any 6. And I went, okay, well, where's my weapon? Give me that. That is mine. I'm putting this grenade launcher on it. I have a grenade launcher now because I wanted a grenade launcher.
You've actually fired a grenade launcher.
I fired a lot of grenades. We went on a convoy live fire mission.
While you were deployed?
No. Convoy live fire range. It was like a firing range. We rode in the back of trucks and shot at stuff with them.
Veronica's still not doing well because you blew her up with it.
And basically, we were only supposed to go on one, and they did 6 of them. I was only supposed to go on one. I volunteered to go on all 6 because they had ordered too many practice grenades. So I ended up firing a lot of 40mm grenades. I used the grenade launcher so much, I didn't really even need to use a sight on it anymore. I would just be like, okay, well, I need to be at roughly this elevation to hit a target at 300 meters.
And then you'd hit the target.
Yeah. I know a lot about grenade launchers.
Learn something new every day.
I can't believe I've never told you this story about grenade launchers.
You've got a lot of stories I haven't heard before.
Yeah, I had an underbarrel M203 grenade launcher for like almost a year while I was in the military, and then they took it away from me because they said,
I'm not doing so well here.
Then they took it away from me because they said, well, you're mostly going to be in a shop fixing weapons all the time. And I said, fine, I guess I don't get a grenade launcher anymore. So yeah, they took my grenade launcher away from me, and then they gave me a belt-fed machine gun. Which I didn't understand anymore. Because I was like, you just said I'm going to be like in a shop, so why would I need a grenade launcher? And then you gave me a fully automatic belt-fed machine gun. Are you fucking stupid?
The answer to that question is yes, it's the military. They are.
And as it turns out, they didn't really care that I had just put a grenade launcher on my rifle with like no authorization and I had never been to a firing range with a grenade launcher before. They didn't care because the majority of people who had put grenade launchers on their weapons were super pissed about it because it meant they had to carry more weight. I didn't care. I wanted a 40mm grenade launcher.
Well, that is...
That's pretty accurate when it comes to your regular military guys. You know what I'm saying? It's like, look, don't do this stuff. Don't. Okay, let's. I don't know if they do it this way anymore, but when you were a new dick or a new cherry when it came to the Army back in the day, you were assigned to the most important position in that unit to basically prove yourself, right? So when I first got into the Army as a cherry new dick private, the first weapon I got was an M240 Bravo. All right. And this was literally right after we transitioned from having the freaking, this was right after we transitioned from using the M60, right? Well, the M240 was brand new, and everybody thought it was the coolest freaking thing ever. So yeah, so when you were a new dude in the Army, new chick in the Army, okay? Well, okay, mostly new dude because new chick was not really a thing back then. Because you would be support just by default. You'd be either like a 240 gunner or a saw gunner or a brand new automatic rifleman, right? Of some kind. So yeah, when you got to the unit, you'd be put in the most difficult position there was to prove that you had the shit that it took to do shit, right? So my first ever weapon in the U.S. military was an M240 Bravo. My first ever weapon. Ever. When it first was like fresh to the force, right? And I had to learn how to clean it, how to take it apart, and how to service it, how to swap the barrels, and how to like attach shit to it, how to do modifications to it. I had to be able to take that fucker apart blindfolded, okay, and put all the parts back together blindfolded. When I first got to my unit. And I had to carry it. I had to carry all the ammunition for it. My AG only carried 800 rounds as backup. I had to carry 2,000 rounds of 7.62 my damn self on top of everything else I needed in my rucksack, you know, and then on my person, you know, and then as a self-defense thing, I had an M9 92 FS as my sidearm. I still don't like the M9. I don't care what nobody freaking says. It's a shit weapon. But I had a 92 FS as my sidearm, and like 5 magazines for it. But yeah, I had to carry that shit everywhere. I had to move, shoot, and communicate with it. Everything. Everything. And you know what? That's where my love of belt-fed weapons came from. That's where my love of belt-fed weapons came from. Because the only limitation on ammo I had was how much I could carry and how much I could stuff into a drum or a nutsack, right? And I would like load up my gunner's bag with just extra sacks of ammo and an extra barrel in case some shit went sideways. And I would fucking go to town with that weapon. I loved the M240 Bravo. I loved it. So per nutsack, I would have like, 150 rounds. And then the extra large nutsacks, you could carry 350 rounds. And then with the actual metal drums, you could carry 400 rounds on the weapon. And then, later on, I came up with an adapter where I took an ammo can and I took a couple of ammo cans, I stacked them on top of each other, I welded braces in between them, and I linked the ammo together so that I could put in my bag, it was around 1,200 rounds of ammo, and then I would have a feed chute that came out of my bag that would link to my weapon, and I could shoot all freaking day, son. So yeah, I had a good time. One of my favorite things ever was when I first got so the first time I got E5, which is Buck Sergeant. When I first got Buck Sergeant, the other dude died. So he couldn't get that position. He couldn't get that position because he was dead. And not only that, but he got it posthumously, so it didn't count for my squad when we were doing shit. And so I was the next dude in line, and they were like, "Hey, guess what? You're the Weasel." And in the case of light infantry at the time, because I was in the 10th Mountain Division when we were in Iraq, and they were like, "Hey, guess what? You're the Weasel, and you're an E5. You're a Buck Sergeant, and you're a Weasel." So I was in charge of what's called the weapons squad for like another year almost before we got to go back. And then yeah, I had a good time. I had a really good time. I had an incredible time. Rest in peace. But so yeah, so I get shoved up to E5. And then yeah, I was the Weasel. I was the weapons squad leader for a long ass time. And then Bub, we had a good time. We had a good time. I'll leave it at that. I can't release nothing else because it's not available for public disclosure. So, but I'll just say I had a good time. I loved being the weasel. I loved it so much.
Quite the story I had never heard before.
Yeah.
So I don't mean to bring up the conversation of poop again, but
but you're going to. Yes.
Yeah, you kind of reminded me of a story that happened to me when I was on a mission with some other Marines, and we also had a porta-john, and it was in the middle of nowhere, so it didn't get emptied.
So very, very rapidly filled with fecal material and urine.
Yes, to put it in a very gross way, that is true.
And also probably MRE wrappers and crayons and glue, because that's all Marines eat.
Yeah, and there wasn't enough toilet paper, so what they used was fiberglass cloth.
What?
Yeah, they had cloths that we normally use for cleaning up grease. We had some of that.
Oh, like not fiberglass, like a fiber cloth.
No, it was a fiberglass cloth. It was a cloth that had fiberglass in it.
Oh my god, that is the worst idea I think I've ever heard.
And they were using it as toilet paper.
That is the worst idea I've ever heard. The itching would be indescribable.
It apparently didn't come to anyone's mind that maybe scratching your butt with something like that would be a bad idea.
That doesn't surprise me, really. The Marines have done some really dumbass shit. It doesn't surprise me. The Marines, that's why we call them crayon eaters. That's why we call them crayon eaters. And we're like, and you know, the Marines are like, and somebody asked them, you know, how are you going to improve training? And they're like, yeah, brother. You know, it's accurate, though. It's accurate.
So, yeah, that was a fun weekend.
Please tell me you didn't use it.
I will not tell you anything more about that weekend.
Oh my god.
Terrible
you
weekend.
wiped your ass with fiberglass. That's like wiping your ass with poison ivy and going, oh, this will be fine.
Man, I joined the military over a decade ago, and you joined even earlier than that.
Yeah,
So
I joined 2004.
yeah, right out of high school.
If we want to get real technical about it, I didn't actually join right out of high school. I had to wait 6 months.
Because you weren't old enough?
No, because they said, hey, we have enough small arms repairmen for this fiscal year, so you have to wait until next fiscal year.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, do you want to be a truck driver? You could join the military right now. And I said, fuck you.
I drove a truck in the military. I drove Humvees and 7 tons.
Yeah, it wasn't your job, and you did it just as well as people whose job it was.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Well, my job in the military was basic water sanitation engineer, but the old acronym for it was hygiene equipment operator. So HEO. And there was one guy in our job training corps. He was a big burly guy. We called him Ox, but he was like 200 pounds of all muscle. We were like, why did you join as a hygiene equipment operator? I was supposed to be heavy equipment operator, but my recruiter got the paperwork wrong.
Oh my god. Well, let's go find Knight Astor and be like, not Knight Astor.
Knight Astor.
Sorry.
You just promoted First Sergeant Astor to, I guess I got a promotion, don't I, recruit? There was a gunnery sergeant who was my drill instructor, and he gave me a command, and I was so exhausted. I just said, yes, ma'am. And I stopped short. He looked at me. You were going to say, yes, sir, right? You weren't going to say, yes, ma'am, were you? And I said, yes, Master Sergeant.
Wait, what rank was he?
He was gunnery sergeant. So what rank below Master Sergeant?
He got a promotion. Oh, good, a promotion. In basic training, I named one of my weapons.
What did you name your weapon?
I named my M16 Piper.
No, you didn't.
I did, actually. I named my M16 Piper in basic training.
That was like 10 years ago, before Fallout 4 came out.
It is. Oh, yeah, because Piper has never been a name.
Why did you decide to name your rifle Piper?
Because everybody else was naming their rifles after their girlfriends or wives or whatever, and I didn't have either. So I was like, I'm going to name it Piper because I like that name. It's a nice name.
It's just a name you liked.
I like the name Piper.
And then you spend every night with Piper.
Yep.
I named my rifle too.
What'd you name it?
I named her after the serial number, so it was easier to remember. Good old 0309823.
Let me tell you a fun story about when Mike joined the military. I was at my horrible base of Fort Polk, the asshole of the entire world.
Oh, Fort Polk? He was at Polk? Polk is a shithole.
I was playing video games and I get a call from a number I don't recognize. This guy on the line says, "Hi, my name is Sergeant whatever. I'm with the United States Marine Corps." And he says, "I have heard from Mike that you might be interested in joining the Marines."
Okay.
I didn't have the heart to tell him, no, I'm already in the military. So what I said is, no, I'm going to college. And he says, "You know, if you join the Marines, they'll actually help pay for college." And I said, "No, it's okay. I got a trust fund. I'm going to be a doctor."
You said that?
Yeah. After talking with him for about a good 10 minutes on the benefits of joining the Marines, while I'm actually already in the military, I finished talking to him. I called Mike and I said, "Mike, why'd you tell him I was interested in joining the Marines?" And you just started laughing. You said you thought it was funny.
That sounds like me, all right.
I was like, "Mike, I told you how bad the military is. Why'd you join?"
Oh, was he contacting you because he was trying to verify that I was...
No, he was contacting me because when you went to the recruiter station, you wrote down 4 people's names that might be interested in joining the military. You wrote down my name, knowing full fucking well that I was already in the military.
I actually put down 4 people's names, all of whom were in the military.
Probably all of whom were already in the military.
So he couldn't harass civilians.
There we go. By the way, Fort Polk is in Louisiana. It's also a training center. So Fort Polk is a JTC, which is a Joint Training Center. So Marines, Army, Navy, Air Force, they all use it for training. It's part of the certification process for units to go on their way to go to NTC. You can't go to NTC, at least when I was in the military. You couldn't go to NTC without going through Fort Polk. So yeah, there we go. Okay, we're gonna have another one. Another one about Mike Burnfire, anger management. Why does it put it on this fucking screen? Why? It's just dumb. All right, let me add it to the live stream. Whee! Okay. Copy. Put it there. Paste it. And then put the semicolon. Hit the link. Copy link. Put it there. Whee! Save it. All right. So let me read the chat. Brandon Peters. By Curious Badger. Oh, spicy. Don't run in my lobby. I'm a Goobly Coo. I sent the mic by Mark Gillis. Cool. Marblock Stan. Any chew. Annette Fisher. Level out drunk Irish. Brian Pierce. Lobby. What if I want to run in your lobby? No running in my lobby. No running. Brian Pierce. Allowed to be on C-130 death from above. Well, then, figure out a way to do it. No running in my lobby. Can we do the other Burnfire video I sent? Only if we can. We're doing it right now. Okay. So no worries. Brandon Peters almost all the way down. The Russians, damn, Reds. I was going to ask you about what you do when you're not doing dangerous stuff. What's the hug count? Training? Trains choo-choo. Too bad you don't have Panmesia? No idea. Brandon Peters again. He didn't say all the time. He was just saying the most time he was bored. Brandon Peters 3 times. M240 is 27.6 pounds. That's not counting the ammo. 1977. Basically replaced the M60 in the 1980s. Brandon Peters, nutsack. Nicodem, protect your gun, and gun will protect you. Yes. Brandon Peters 3 times. Badger, that was pretty smart. Oh, rest in peace, other dude. Yeah, being dead means you can't do a lot. Who knew? Fiberglass, WTF. Annette Fisher, fiberglass. Brandon Peters 4 times. Microcuts, Taste the Rainbow. Do you name your weapons? For a poke, laugh aloud. Narama Lobby. Mike Burnfire videos are so good. Brandon Pierce, yes at lobby. Annette Fisher, 5 hours Drunkstream. OMG. Yes. Yes. 5-hour Drunkstream. Brandon Peters, I can imagine how heavy the ammo was. Well, just Google how much like 75 rounds of 7.62 is, and then extrapolate that to 2,000 rounds that I used to carry with everything else I needed, and you'll have an idea. And I used to carry that for like at least 30 kilometers a day. Whee! So this is Mike Burnfire. Anger management stories, campfire stories from Fallout New Vegas. Let's go. Let go.
This chief, the one that I had to bring a different beret for, and the one that I had to constantly make sure my boots were polished for, that one was the same one that I got sent to anger management for because I told him that he was a fuckhead and he would be dead and gone before he would get any of the cabinets that I had.
I'm sorry, did you say cabinets? Were you hoarding cabinets as well?
No, I had done my on-the-job training. I had gone to my actual unit, and the Army, in its infinite wisdom, had decided to send me to a forward support company. The way a forward support company worked is now, instead of having all this expertise that you can pull from a whole shop filled with mechanics or a whole shop filled with armors, you now have one armor. Private First Class Zach.
You were in charge of everything.
Who has spent 3 weeks as on-the-job training. And that's all the experience. I had no idea how to fill out the correct forms. I knew how to fix guns. I didn't know how to fill out forms. I didn't know how to get things. I didn't know what kind of parts I was going to need to order.
When he says he doesn't know how to get things, he meant he didn't know how to do a requisition.
Okay. And they basically went, figure it out. So when I got to the company that I was in, immediately there are unit armors coming to me and saying, I need this fixed, I need this fixed, I need this fixed. I have 24 M4s that need to be gauged. I have all these things that are broken, and I need this fixed. And I'm like, cool, I don't have any parts, I don't have any gauges, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm inside this brick building. I had to go through every manual for every weapon that was used by the 6 infantry companies I'm supposed to support. I had to go through every manual, look at every weapon, and go, I'll probably need this part, and I'll probably need this part, and I'll probably need this one. I don't think I'll need this part. I had to guess at all this stuff. So I came up with this massive, and it took me months. I came up with a massive list of parts that I was going to need in quantities of things. I ordered all those parts, and then the parts got to me in cardboard boxes and plastic envelopes. And I have no way to organize these parts. I didn't go to college.
Yes,
and I went into the military. So I have no idea how to organize a whole part system. Anytime someone's like, oh, Zach's so dumb, I'm just like, you have no idea the amount of fucking work I have. That's one of the reasons I'm so lazy now, is because I put everything into doing this stuff while I was in the military.
I'll posit it to you, my dude. Here's the thing. As the armorer, as far as I recollect, I don't know if it's changed since I've been out. I've been out for a couple of years. As far as I know, You're the one who sets how your organizational how your organization binder will be set, right? However, there's a manual for that. There is a manual on how to organize parts in the military. And in that manual, it tells you how to do so. All you got to do is add to it. That's it. That's all. There's literally, here, I'll show you what I mean. Give me a sec. There's literally a manual, okay, with pages and everything. That tells you how to organize parts. Okay? And that has existed since the beginning of time. There's even parts of that manual that go back to like the 1800s. It tells you how to organize parts. All you have to do is take some initiative, okay, and find out the information you need and look through that information to discover there's a way to organize your parts.
You really had to bust your ass. I had to. Oh my god! It's one of the reasons I started smoking and having really bad anxiety attacks. I don't have PTSD from being in Iraq. I have PTSD from being at Fort Polk and having to run a forward support company by myself. In any other unit, the job I was in would have been a warrant officer position. I was an E3.
Oh, you weren't even an E4 yet. You were just an E3.
I was an E3 holding the position of a warrant officer. I was like, I don't know. I guess I could fix these guns for you, but I mean, really, you're supposed to do this paperwork. And then eventually it got to a point where I was just big bad angry Zach, where I was just like, no, you can go fuck yourself, Sergeant. I'm not fixing any of your shit because you don't have the fucking paperwork. So I got all these parts ordered. They sent a bunch of the wrong ones. I don't know what the hell I'm doing with all these parts. They're just sitting in cardboard boxes, and anytime I need to get a part, I have to dig through cardboard boxes and talk. You need a new hammer for your M16? Cool. This is going to take me about 2 hours to find this one because I don't know where the hell it is in this mess.
Now, here's the thing about an armorer, right? Armorers, okay, due to their position in a company, they have the authority to say that we need, okay, once a new armorer takes over a position, he has the authority granted to him by default from the company commander and the first sergeant, okay, to do a reorganization, okay? And he can say, I need at least a week to do it. If he because I've been an armorer. I know how it works. It took me like 3 days during the work week when I took over a brand new armorer. All right. I took over a brand new armory position. Okay. It took me 3 days tops with 5 personnel, myself included. Myself included, because you're going to have an armorer per platoon. In every company, you have 5 platoons. Okay, yeah, first platoon, second platoon, third platoon, fourth platoon, and company and headquarters platoon. All right. You have an armorer per platoon. Okay. I understood that immediately because I've been in the military for a second. And as a brand new, as a not a brand new, but as a specialist, a newly minted specialist, I knew immediately I had to bring in the other armorers, okay? And we had to figure this shit out, right? So we got the manuals, all right, which were available through our. They were available through our support battalions, all right? We got on the manual, we hunkered down, we made sure we knew that shit, and then we organized all of our shit accordingly. So every platoon had all of their stuff that was assigned to them, and they were signed for, organized per platoon in the freaking armory. Okay? That simplified shit a huge amount. And it took us 3 days to do all of that. Okay? And then it took us an additional 2.5 days to get the orders in for replacement parts for weapons being maintained and fixed and all that stuff. Okay? When I was the armorer, we had no issues. We had none. Because we took care of business. It just sounds like this dude didn't take the initiative. That's what it sounds like.
I got so frustrated with having to dig through these cardboard boxes. I'm like,
give me a sec. I got a pizzle, but I can still hear it.
Fine. I need cabinets.
Did you purchase these cabinets with your own funds? Or?
No, I purchased them with the funds that was allotted to our unit for that fiscal year.
Okay.
I ordered these cabinets. Cabinets get sent to the wrong company. Cool. All right. Well, I have to go get these cabinets now. So I go to sign on a 5-ton truck so that I can go pick up these cabinets.
All right. Way more involved than I thought.
I feel like I have to tell you all the effort that went into these cabinets so you can understand why I did what I did.
Okay. Once I have the backstory, you refusing to surrender cabinets might make more sense.
Yes. So I got to go get a 5-ton to go pick up these cabinets. I go to get a 5-ton. There's no 5-tons available. What do you mean there's no 5-tons available? There's like 25 tons sitting out there. Nope, we don't have a single one that you can drive. Besides, do you even have a permit to drive that? Of course I do. My shop is on the back of one. Why don't you just use the truck that your shop is on? I can't do that because the shop weighs 7.5 tons and the cabinets don't fit in the door of the shop that's on the back of the truck. Well, we don't have any trucks for you to use. Fine. So I walk a mile down to Bravo because if I drive my car down there and I get a truck at Bravo Company, then I'm going to have to drive the truck back. And
You walked down to Bravo Company where the cabinets were delivered because you figured maybe they had a truck you could use.
Maybe they had a truck I could use. They have a truck.
Hooray!
Thank you. Thank you for being nicer to me than my own company will. Clementine will remember this. I find someone with a forklift to pick up the cabinets and put them in the bed of the truck. I drive the truck back to my motor pool. I bring them outside my office. We don't have a forklift. Now the cabinets have to come off the truck. I had to get like 20 people to help me pick up these cabinets and put them on the ground outside of my shop.
Jeez.
Now I have to figure out how to get them in my shop. They don't fit in the door.
No!
Well, actually, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. They fit in the door, but only if I take all the drawers out.
Okay.
To lighten them up somewhat.
That's better anyway, because you're going to move the cabinet anyway. Why not take out the drawers?
Take out the drawers, get the cabinets put in my shop. They got nice little drawers in them, and I can put little things. It's like the inside of a tackle box in these cabinets. You pull the drawer out, and they got a bunch of dividers in there, and you just put the parts in it. If I needed a part, I could look at the list that I had made on my own personal computer, on Excel, on the massive 300+ page document that listed what the NSN for the part was, what the name for the part was, how many of them I had, and what drawer and slot they were in.
You went so far above and beyond what was expected of you.
Actually, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. He did not go so far and above what was expected of him. It's just that it sounds like what the miscommunication was they were expecting him immediately to have all this in order, which is always a mistake. It's always a mistake. Okay. That's why we have that's why for, that's why for a lot of units, there's a change of command. There's a change of responsibility, right? And a change of responsibility is supposed to take up to a month, right? Because you're supposed to introduce them to who you are, what you do, why you do it, how you do it, what the procedures are, what's the SOP. If you have different personnel attached to you, what your authority is, what your position is, all that stuff, and what your assets are, how you can operate, all that stuff is supposed to be included. That's why you have a change of position or change of authority, right? So it sounds like they completely failed on the unit level when it came to command, because he was supposed to be put through a process to understand all of this. But what it sounds like is incompetence of leadership, actually. That's what it sounds like.
If you had the chance to go back in time, would you tell yourself not to give so much of an effort? Because you worked your ass off and you never even made the rank of sergeant.
Yeah, if I could go back in time and talk to you past me, I would be like, look, just don't do anything. Brush it off. Maybe if you're lucky, they'll send you to a not forward support company because they'll think you're unreliable.
If you keep working this hard, they're going to find you irreplaceable. They're never going to promote you. You're stuck. Be a lazy piece of shit.
I started doing that.
That's false. That is false. You can start off one of the fastest ways to rank up in the military, no matter what anybody else feels about it, is to gain irreplaceable skills. Okay, to get those extra code identifiers, to get those extra MOS identifiers, makes you irreplaceable, but it's also going to guarantee that you have to move up in rank. And that's for your regular component guys, right? So let's say I'm a PFC, I went to armorer school and all that stuff, and I got put in this position, right? So now, okay, I have to figure out, how does this unit operate? Where's the TM and the FM? What personnel do I have on hand? What are my assets? What do I have in inventory and all that stuff? But that will all be brought to my attention when I do my change of position, change of authority, right? So, once all that's done, okay, and I've proven that I am a capable and able armorer, there is no choice but to promote me. There's no choice. The reason being is because of my position and my authority. I'm the one who locks away the gun. So there is no excuse not to promote me unless I really F up. And it sounds like this dude was under really incompetent leadership, and that's why everything failed.
Towards the end of my military career, I just started being a lazy piece of trash and I didn't care anymore. Anyway,
if only you had started earlier.
This is great. I finally have an organization for all my parts.
It only took you 4 weeks to get this set up.
2 months, and then probably another 3 weeks after that, getting all the parts put into all the bins and organized by like size and what weapon system they go to. Top drawers for M9 parts, second drawers for M4 parts, next drawers for M4 parts. Drawer after that is M16 and 249 parts. I finally have my full bench stock list on a computer. Everything is available. Someone can come in and say, hey, the spring broke for my M16. And before they're finished with the sentence, I can say, excellent, I have 6 of them. Here is your part, sign here, here, and here.
And everything will work smoothly like clockwork.
I Can't even tell you how happy I was with the setup. And then Chief came into my shop and looked lustfully at my cabinets. And his heart, yea, it was filled with avarice.
Avarice?
Greed.
Ah, yes. Hey, High-Speed, open that cabinet.
Give it over an accent? No, that's how he talked. He referred to everyone as high speed, and he talked with a really bad lisp.
Oh, okay.
Then it's a really nice cabinet. Yes, they are, Chief. It took me a long time to get them. I remember I put the order in.
Yeah.
It took me a long time to finally get these in here. Those are really nice cabinets, High-Speed. I think I'm going to need them. No, Chief, I just ordered these cabinets. I need them. I have all my parts in them. High-Speed, I'm going to need them cabinets to put Humvee parts in. The Humvee parts aren't going to fit in there.
Yeah.
The drawers are too small for Humvee parts.
Mm-hmm.
So it ended up devolving from a conversation of, no, Chief, you cannot have these cabinets. I just ordered these. I need them. Into, Chief, you can go fuck yourself, and I'm going to punch you in the goddamn face if you don't get the fuck out of my shop.
I think maybe we missed a step or two here.
Eventually, it resulted in me calling him an idiot and telling him that he would be dead and gone before he would ever lay a fucking finger on any of my cabinets.
I feel like there might be some fallout.
And he said, we'll see about that, High-Speed, and walked out.
We'll see about that, High-Speed.
Oh. At which point, I grabbed a pencil mount for a 50 caliber machine gun and threw it through a metal wall locker. I shot-putted a 6-pound chunk of metal so hard into a metal cabinet that it punched a hole through it.
So you damaged your own cabinet that you just received?
Oh, no. This was a different cabinet. This was just like a metal wall locker.
Okay. Did anybody see you do this violent act?
Yes. My squad leader came to talk to me, and he said, you should not have done what you just did. And I said, oh, gee, no shit, you fucking think?
So you're at that point where you know you fucked up, and you're just wondering, what's happening now?
I had to go talk to the company commander. I got chewed out. When I came back, my cabinets were gone and all my parts were on the floor in cardboard boxes.
Of course.
So I had to order more cabinets. As it turns out, what happened was better than I ever could have imagined. They sent me to anger management. I got to anger management, and sitting in anger management is a staff sergeant, a captain, a lieutenant, a warrant officer, a major, a staff sergeant,
All
staff
very
sergeant,
high-
a staff sergeant.
These are all very high-ranking members.
These are all people who are much higher ranking than me. And then E4 Zach.
Oh, you had been promoted in between.
Oh, sorry. Was I an E4 at this time? I can't remember if I was an E4 or an E3. So everyone has to talk about why they were there, and it's, well, my name's Sergeant so-and-so, and I punched one of my soldiers in the face because he wouldn't stop mouthing off to me. Seems reasonable to me.
Seems reasonable that you would be here. Not reasonable that you would punch one of your soldiers for mouthing off.
That seems reasonable to me. I can understand that happening. Everyone's going around and talking about what they did wrong. They get to me, and I said, my name is E4 Zach. I'm here because I told my chief warrant officer to go fuck himself and that I thought he was a massive piece of shit. Okay, that's weird. Why is there an E4 in here? While I'm in anger management, someone from my company calls me and asks why I'm not in my shop fixing weapons. At which point I didn't even reply. I just snapped my phone in half. In anger management. Put the phone down on the table. This is why I'm here. And I just remember several of these other officers just looking at me like, I understand. I feel like they said it was anger management, but I'm pretty sure it was a incompetence of Fort Polk support group. It's just where they send the people that can't deal with the incompetence at Fort Polk. They just send them here so they can all just talk to each other about how fucked everything was.
It's good to vent.
I ended up going to anger management for like 4 or 5 months. I have no proof of this, but I'm wondering if when I had told my chief to go fuck himself, if they were like, we've got to kick him the fuck out of the military. And then they went, wait, if we kick him out, we don't have anybody to fix guns. Shit!
And that was the first time that you had job security.
Yeah, I'm 99% positive that I could have gotten away with pretty much anything while I was in the military because I was the only one they had to fix guns.
You never took advantage of this, though.
I did, just in weird ways.
When you started off the story, I figured there'd be a happy ending. You made a spectacle of yourself, damaged some machinery, and he said, "Whoa, okay, you can keep them," and walked away. No, you had to get new cabinets. You had to order a second pair of cabinets.
Had to order a second pair of cabinets. Fortunately, these ones actually showed up at my motor pool.
Well, that's good at least.
But I still didn't have a forklift to take them off the back of the truck.
Oh boy, many hands make light work.
Yeah. Well, on the plus side, though, when I would go to anger management, we would do relaxation techniques, and I would get to fall asleep. So sometimes anger management just meant nap time.
Oh boy! I'm glad this story had a happy ending after all.
Oh man. Oh man. Some of it's accurate, some of it's not, depending on the individual. So there we go. From no running in my lobby. Mike Burnfire, anger management, campfire stories. When did this come out? 1 year ago? Whatever. Whatever. It's cool. It's cool. Whee! So there you go. There you go. I think we saw this one. Much earlier, actually, like a couple of years ago. Actually, I think it sounds like it. It sounds like it. But my answer is the same. Okay, he, he had to step up, knuckle up. He should have known what the limits of his position were, and he should have told that warrant officer to go talk to his company commander. And then talk with his company commander about it. Whew. All right, let me read the chat. Let me see. Fort Polk, LOL from Brandon Peters. No random lobby. Mike Burnfire videos are good. Brandon Peters, yes. And that Fisher, 5 hours Drunkstream. OMG. Brandon Peters, I can imagine how heavy the ammo was. Brandon Peters, 42 pounds and a bit more. So it's about 42 pounds for about 75 rounds of 7.62. I used to carry about 2,000 rounds with me at any point in time because I loved my Mark 48 and I loved my 240 Bravo. I loved them. They were awesome weapons. No run in my lobby. I don't think that organization manual was around when he was in the Army. It was around. It's been around forever. It's just that his unit failed to supply it to him. No run in my lobby. Okay, maybe he just didn't know it existed. Yeah. And then Fisher, right. Brandon Peters, being an armorer sounds like a pain. I'd rather be a foot soldier, just train and shoot when needed, nothing complex for the most part. But when you're just a regular foot soldier, which is your infantry dudes, you're doing everybody else's job. Unfortunately. Brandon Peters, well, you had a group of people and he didn't have anyone apparently. No one in the lobby. It seems like it wasn't an initiative issue, but he didn't have anyone else to help him like you did. From what he's describing, he did a lot to organize his army with no manual, apparently. Brandon Peters, LOL. And then Fisher Badger, was you on anger management? Quite a few times they told me to go, and I just didn't. I just didn't go because I was like, no, I got shit to do. Brandon Peters, can we watch the movie Riff of Ali Baba and the Gold Raiders? Probably not. No run in my lobby. My Burnfire videos are great. I'll send some more your way during another stream. Cool. Cool. Yeah. I think I'm done now. I think I'm done. What time is it? Oh, it's 2:50. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, I think I'll be done. I think I'm done. So yeah. How do I usually do this? Okay. How I usually do this is I go how I usually do this. Fuck. How I usually end this. Be good, be safe, make good luck for yourselves, and I'll be seeing y'all in the next one. I'm just gonna fall asleep in the chair. It doesn't matter. Or instead of her. So good night. BlastCapBadger out.